Mhm. Okay. Uh, check, check. Well, I think my voice should be able to be heard. Uh, yeah. Um, Hello everyone. I guess let's start the stream today. Today we are going to talk about like one of the well, it's the hardest project that I've ever made to this day. Well, I think I'm currently still working on like two different projects at the same time, but I think this one is still a lot harder than the projects that I'm currently working on. Uh, well, for many different reasons, to be honest, that we will talk about today. Uh, well, to be honest, most of the reason why it's very difficult is because it's my own fault. Yeah, it's my own fault. Well, I have the idea for this project a couple months ago. Well, I think around maybe April. I think it's around April. Yeah, but at that time I was just doing normal composition, uh, just like what I do usually. But then like around 50% during I was working on the project, I just found out about mastering. Yeah, I just found out about what is mixing and mastering. And yeah, I just realized how, how messed up my project is. And yeah, it's basically almost impossible to fix, I think, at least to my knowledge. Obviously, if I'm a lot more skilled in mixing and mastering, probably I can fix it. But yeah, to be honest, I don't even think this one is like perfect. Yeah, because it's just filled with like so many, I guess, uh, yeah, I can say that it is a mistake, right? But yeah, uh, I think what's interesting is that I learned the most from this project. Yeah, so hopefully I can guide you through what is mixing and mastering which is by the way the topic of today's stream. Because when I was learning about uh, mixing and mastering, it was confusing. Yeah, it is really confusing. Because I mean, there were so many like conflicting sources. I mean, I yeah, there were so many conflicting resources there. Well, I guess everyone has their own methods, but still, I'm just a beginner, right? I'm just a beginner, and I just want to learn how to improve it. Uh, well, I think there might be some like courses out there, maybe like paid courses. But obviously, one, I don't have the time. Yeah, I don't have the time. And two, I don't have the money. And yeah, so as usual, I just watch a lot of tutorials and try whatever I can try and hope for the best. Yeah. And I think it's kind of better. At least it's better. Yeah, I think it's better. Like, I still have like the original, I guess the original file of the project, the one that has not been like mixed or mastered properly. Yeah, because it's just because the amount of things that I need to do to fix like the issue is like it's insanely it's very it's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot. So just in case like and not only it's a lot, it's also very experimental because it's a new thing to me, right? So yeah, I have to create like um, basically, yeah, and but I just create a backup. Like I just copy and then work on different files. But yeah, I'm glad that it is kind of better. Yeah. So well, I think we can hear like the first version later. But yeah, let's talk about uh, the backstory of, yeah, as usual, we love to talk about the backstory of the for each project here. Yeah, so this is what we are going to talk about today. So first is the backstory, and then anything about mixing and mastering that I know, and then the structure of the song, and then as usual I will analyze the song uh, like live on the FL Studio. Yeah, so this song is very interesting. Uh, and I think it's kind of a bit controversial too. When I was making this song, uh, I'm not sure whether this song will be well received or not. I think I tweeted a lot whether like I'm butchering this song or not. Well, obviously the original song is made by my Kamiyoshi Utano Pandora, uh, and it is a very beautiful song, and I'm just basically butchering the song completely. Uh, well, beautifully, hopefully. But yeah, it's pretty controversial, I think. Well, I'm glad that Pan likes it, but yeah, it's a huge risk. But at the same time, it represents what I want to say. I guess that's the most important thing for me, at least. Yeah. So this is a bit like the history of this project. So initially, I think I talked about this like during the Utopia no Kagami stream. So initially, I want to make a sequel of Tides, which has the similar vibes with Utopia no Kagami, but I talked about how basically impossible it is to make this project. I mean, I can just make it like as it sounds generically like peaceful song that kinda sounds like Tides, but again, what's the point of that, right? So I was trying my hardest, and I just cannot find on how to write it. So it failed, and it made me depressed. Like, yeah, I still remember. It really made me depressed because I just confused. I guess I was just confused on what to do. Yeah. So well, I think I was depressed for like at least a week. It's not that big of the deal, but still, I need to find a better solution, right? I need to find a better solution because like the project is coming to, and I was still working at other projects too. Yeah, so I need to find uh yeah a better solution. So and then around that time, I was talking to well, some friend of us. So yeah, some of them actually commented about this. So I said that my project, my idea is failing. So and now I'm confused on what to make for fun. So one of the question that I got asked a lot is why do I have to find like a certain message to deliver through the song, right? So why can I just make the song? So actually, it's not like I cannot make just any song. Uh, yeah, I talk about this a lot. I don't like meaningless music. Well, this meaning does not have to be like something serious or like yeah, it does not have to be something serious. It can be something just as silly as well for fun, right? I think like for the previous project, um, the Rambit's the one for Aura's birthday, Rambit's Little Adventure. That one has a clear message that is just to have fun, right? To have a adventure. Uh, yeah, it the meaning can be as simple as that. It does not have to be like something deep, but yeah, uh, uh, I want to make something. At least it has some kind of meaning or some part of my feelings. inside of the music, especially if I made this for my kamyoshi, right? And yeah, it's not like I cannot make the music. I have discarded so many ideas in my brain, well, including the original idea, definitely. And yeah, uh, I think I mentioned this earlier, but I won't make a song if I don't see the line. And I think a lot of people confused with what I meant by line. Yeah, I'm not Delulu. Uh, yeah, I will explain about this line. I think hopefully it can, uh, m- m- hopefully it can. Hopefully I can explain it well. I'm not sure if I can explain it well because it's just like an imaginary line inside my brain. But yeah, later I will explain about this. And then yeah, uh, the second thing that people told me is just, well, you don't have to be stressed about it. Just write anything because, well, she will appreciate it anyway. Like it's a present, right? There's no way like I made something and then she does not appreciate it. Well, it's true. But to be honest, like I even yeah, if she always said like thank you for coming to the stream and supporting me and yeah, something like that. So technically like she already appreciate us like just to support her, right? So what's the point of making this project then? Yeah. Uh if the goal is just to get an appreciation for from my community basically. And I have many reasons actually. Yeah, I have many reasons that I actually cannot explain it right now. So maybe last next year, yeah, maybe next year I can explain it. But yeah, uh, there might be something big. There might be some kind of a big change in my life next year, I guess. Yeah, so that I still cannot say it in public because I know well it's just I guess it's just a plan. So uh, yeah, I will say it if it's already happening. So maybe probably next year. I think I talked about this with Ronnie. Uh, yeah, for some reasons. Again, that I cannot really explain, but yeah. Uh, I am trying my best. Yeah, I am trying my best, and this project is not just for yeah, it's not just for Pan. Definitely, it's not just for my community. There are like many different reasons, and actually, speaking about these reasons, one of the reasons that like this kind of projects for like Pan and Aura, the reason why it's always something like. Uh, I guess like experimental because yeah, I want to challenge myself even further. Like I want to keep improving in making music, and I can make like so many generic music box sounding song, and I can keep improving on that. But yeah, uh, it will be boring definitely. I mean, one day maybe if I open some kind of like music box arrangement commission or something, then I will basically do that for life. But yeah, definitely for now, while I still have this opportunity, I want to keep improving. Uh, yeah, because the more I know, well, this is normal, but yeah, the more I know, the more I understand how much skill that I still need to learn. Yeah, and it's overwhelming, but at the same time, I can take it one by one, right? I can tackle each problem one by one, and this kind of project is a good time to basically to yeah to experiment. Yeah, and uh, it has a lot of risk. Like if the project basically fails, then yeah, uh, I don't even know what to do. But at the same time, because I'm trying my best to make it not fail, and that's why I will learn a lot from the project, right? And then if it is indeed failed, like maybe there, yeah, including this project, by the way, some parts is definitely failing. I am learning a lot from the fails so I can improve my music, like just everything like music composition, like production, mixing, mastering, and even like understanding the music theory more. Yeah, I can learn about that more to prepare for the future project, which I believe will be even more crazier than this one. Like last year, I said that Utopia no Kagami will be like the best thing I've ever made. and now it's not even close. I think, yeah, it's not even close, to be honest. This project is not perfect, but I think this is like a lot better than Utopian Origami. Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about the backstory. So the initial idea is from Little Busters. So when I was depressed on thinking about like the project for the sequel of the Tides, right? Uh, I was thinking like, what what did I do back then when I was depressed? And I just remembered that, yeah, uh, this one series, Little Busters, is like one of the, well, I think it's literally the most important anime in my life. This is the most important series in my life. Uh, this series has helped me for 12 years, basically since I was high school students. And yeah, uh, I just remember about Little Busters and how much I wish I can, yeah, I can live in that world. I still remember like back then I was completely alone because I'm grinding for like so many competitions. And I, to be honest, I don't really care about like friendship or something like that. People call me arrogant, whatever it is. Yeah, I was just doing my best at the competition. And then I remember I watched Little Busters and I was like, is this what friendship supposed to be? Well, it seems like it's a lot of fun, right? But at the same time, I kind of feel like this is just a story, right? This is just an anime. Then I don't think like real friendship looks like this. But still, it's nice to feel like I have a family there in this small world, in this Little Busters world. And yeah, it saved me a lot for the past 12 years. And uh, the craziest thing is that I'm basically living in the Little Busters world right now, like with the friend or us, uh, which is kind of crazy. If I told myself like 12 years ago that I will basically live like inside this anime, then yeah, uh, I'm pretty sure that like I wouldn't believe that. Yeah. Uh, yeah, I'm basically living my dream right now. Literally, I'm living my dream. Uh, yeah, so this is like one of the reason why I keep saying that my Kamiosi literally saved my life. This is just one of the reasons. And yeah, so it kind of reminds me of Little Buster suddenly. And then one of my most favorite Ani song is the ending from Little Busters. And the first season of the anime. Well, obviously, I cannot play this song because it will definitely get copyrighted. I think like the previous stream where I explained my project for Mari. I think that stream got copyrighted because I played the Inoshino anime song, right? So yeah, uh, I yeah, I mean, feel free to just look at it. Yeah, listen to the song. It is a very beautiful song, by the way. This is like probably one of my most favorite song. And yeah, uh, the song is called Alice Magic. And I cannot really explain like how this song feels, but it really feels like it's a magic. Yeah, it really feels like it's a magic. And then it's just a the connects that I want to make something like Alice Magic, but tights. So basically Alice Magic but tights, right? So yeah, and it just makes sense. I'm not sure why it just makes sense. Like Alice Magic is a J rock song, and tights is obviously not a rock song, but when the idea connects, it just everything just makes sense. And okay, this is definitely what I want to make. I want to convert tides to a J rock song. Well, whatever rock it is. So that's actually the idea. Well, and then I also tweeted something like this. Like I think yeah, this is back then where I was finally finding the line. And yeah, uh, I said that, yeah, well, but rather than being stressed of not being able to do anything, I should just create a magic, uh, uh, which is kind of true. Uh, So this is basically like the only thing that I did for the past like, well, 1 month basically. But again, the planning is around 2 or 3 months. Yeah. Uh, yeah, I think in the previous stream I talked a lot about like the Black Flash moment, and this year I definitely did not have like those kind of like mind blowing experience or like a life changing experience. Actually, this year has been a lot harder compared to like last year. Uh, yeah, but I don't care whether I have a Black Flash or not. So if I cannot rely on like the small chance of having black flash, I can create my own magic basically. That that's what I was saying to myself back then. Yeah. So the idea is making tides to become a J rock. So immediately there was one big problem, and that is I cannot play guitar, and especially like electric guitar. I know nothing about electric guitar. So I asked my friend, so his username is Kratelor. Kratelor is actually a really delicious dish like in Indonesia. Uh, yeah. So I asked my friend for help. He's a guitarist and he lives in Japan right now actually. So yeah, I had a long call with him, talking about like, oh, this is how you play a guitar, and then uh, this is like the effect, like, oh, this is overdrive, this is distortion, and yeah, I was just learning everything I could, and yeah, actually, I think I used like uh in Tides Bossa Nova version, I think I use like some part where it has like a guitar part in it, and then it sounds beautiful. I think it sounds great. It's actually one of my favorite part in that song. And then I showed the song to him, a guitarist, and then he said, "Well, this sound cannot be produced in a real guitar." And I was like, uh, why? So yeah, the reason why that kind of sound cannot be produced because like the I guess the strings are like overlapping, and then yeah, it is basically impossible to play. And then oh, okay, I never thought of that actually. So yeah, so he taught me a lot, and then he told me about like power chords and stuff. Yeah, and then I just start making whatever I can make, and then through many iterations, I think maybe I think like the correct genre for it is prog rock. Yeah, because it has like a huge influence from jazz. But well, to be honest, like a lot of J rock also has like a lot of influence from jazz. But yeah, it's either J rock, anisong, prog rock, whatever it is, with bad guitar. Yeah. So this is kind of like the final result that you listen. So yeah, this is definitely the first issue. Like, even like on the final result, the song has a very bad guitar basically. And then yeah, and then let's talk about this line, right? So I had the idea. Okay, so I want to make something sounds like Alice Magic. And by the way, Alice Magic is actually like the magic is sounds beautiful, and then it sounds very uplifting too. Like it's like looking forward to the future. And that's my original idea. But the problem with this line is, well, since I was making this project for like a month, uh, it's changing day by day. Yeah, it's changing day by day, and especially for like last month, June, it has been like a very tough month for Pan and also for myself. Uh, like it's crazy. Oh, hello. I was still on the beach. I think you're pro, right? Yeah, you're pro. I think you're pro. Your profile picture looks the same. Yeah. Uh, June has been a very tough month for Pan and myself. Uh, I still remember like one day is like one of the best day of my life, and then next day is like one of the worst day in my life, and then the next day is better again. And yeah, uh, I remember like just living through June is just like it makes me want to vomit. Yeah. Uh, like I generally cannot like keep up with like whatever was happening. I think there was like 3 or 4 different important things that I need to keep track on like every single day. And then, yeah, and that's just from me. And then for Pan, it's definitely a lot harder, which is crazy. Uh, and yeah, to be honest, I don't think I can handle that much stress. But well, I know I am crazy. So the first thing that I was thinking is, okay, now I am very stressed and I cannot handle everything. So the first thing that I need to do is not having a rest, but to pour everything into the song while I still have this feeling, which is like the dumbest thing I've ever thought. But yeah, again, uh, I need to do that because I want to make like a special song, right? So since June has been like a roller coaster for me, the song ended up being a roller coaster too, which is I don't think it's a bad thing, but at the same time, uh if I'm working with other people, I don't think this kind of approach works, right? Like let's say that like a month earlier we have a meeting or something and decided, oh, where should we take the song direction, like yeah, to uh and then 1 month later and then I produce something like completely different, right? So definitely it's not working for like collabs, but for like these silly experimental projects, I think it's fine, right? I think it's fine. I think the fact that it only works for these kind of circumstances means like this kind of project is special, uh, and that's like even more reasons on why I keep making this kind of approach whenever I want to make something for Pat and Aura. Yeah. So yeah, the song ended up being a roller coaster too. Later I will explain. Like actually, I want to make the outro sounds like Alice Magic. So actually, like around 95% about finishing the project. I want it sounds a lot happier like during like the outro. I can show you later. But like literally almost the final like couple chords like the final couple bars uh my my visa application was rejected. Yeah, I think yeah, that was like one of the worst. Honestly, that was one of the worst thing that happened like in June because it is very important for me to meet the friend of us in the UK. Yeah, because that's what I want. And yeah, it made me really stressed. And this, well, I still need to finish the song. It just needs like a couple chords. But now, like my mood is completely upside down. And if you listen to the end, the like the final chord of the song, it sounds very nasty in a good way, by the way. Yeah, it sounds very nasty. Later, I will explain like what chord it is. Like it is one of the nastiest chord I've ever written, to be honest. And it ended up being like one of my most favorite part of the song, by the way, because the feeling is just so raw. Like it's one of the like most upsetting thing that have ever happened to my life. And then while crying, I just okay, I have to put this in the song. Yeah, again, I'm just crazy. I think I should let's just cry on my bed and not cry while writing songs in FL Studio, but whatever, right? Yeah. So this is the problem with the line. I don't think it's a problem, but yeah, definitely it might not work in some other circumstances. Yeah. Later we are going to talk about this a lot. Oh yeah. Also, I think in June I was having a fever for 10 days. I think like I don't even know what was happening to me. Yeah, June was like very rough. And again for Pan, it's even more rough. Yeah, so I hope that at least for Pan, I think it seems like her life is a bit better. Like recently. Well, hopefully, at least that's what I perceive. But yeah, hopefully everything is going to be better. Yeah. Okay, so now let's talk about this. So the title of the song. Yeah. So I have this idea for months actually, not like long time ago, but like maybe 2 or 3 months ago. Yeah. So the initial meaning of the song is actually different compared to the final result. So this song, "The Sun and the Waves," uh, is something that I came up with like maybe uh yeah again a couple months ago, and yeah Uh, the waves is clearly about tides, so tides is related to pan, right? So what's the sun? Yeah, so what's the sun, right? Especially when you look at the artwork, it's not even at day. Yeah, it's at night. The sun does not even exist there. So why the song is called "The Sun and the Waves," right? So the initial idea is that it is from a very important character in my novel, quote unquote novel. Yeah. So I made a silly little project on like a certain private Minecraft server. Oh my god, can I say this in public? Yeah. Uh, so yeah, and there was something about like the sun and the waves. So I think Fosfo has have read the novel. I think I don't know how many of like of you guys have read the novel, but yeah, it is of the sun initially. The sun supposed to represent a very important character in that novel. So yeah, that was the initial idea. However, so this is the final meaning of the song. This is like just something that I cannot even predict. So I bought the fourth wall merch from I bought the fourth wall merch, and then if you bought like the fourth wall merch, then Pan will give a thank you message, and the thank you message is actually a voice recorded, so it's not like text. Like if you have ever like uh, give something to Pan through Throne, then you will receive like a thank you message in like just a text, right? But in fourth wall, Pan actually records something, and yeah, and then basically says something to you, uh, and yeah, uh, I, I I I don't even know how, but definitely, Pan was talking something about the sun. And this was completely changing like the direction of the song. And back then, I have not started the project. So the moment I heard like Pans talking about the sun, and then uh, I was like, okay, I have to change the initial idea and then like move it to this kind of direction, right? So yeah, uh, I want to keep uh, the final meaning secret because at this moment, the only people that know the final meaning of the song is just Pan herself and me. And I think there's something that I want to keep it that way. If you want to guess, feel free to guess. Probably I won't answer it. Maybe like a couple months or years later, I can answer it. But yeah, you can guess it. I mean, after like over analyzing, you may be able to guess like what was the sun supposed to represent, right? Yeah, but I'm not going to say anything. Yeah, and again, this artwork, I commissioned this artwork, and I didn't even tell like the song is about like the sun and the waves, right? So I just gave okay. I want something. Actually, I think yeah. So so when I ordered, when, oh my god, when I ordered the commission, uh, I only sending like the tights MV. So I sent the tights MV, and I sent this paint this thing that I made in paint like in like 10 seconds or something. So okay, this is sea, this is the beach, and then this is the stars, and Pan is facing that way, and then this is the and then this is the hairs, and I don't even understand how oh my god, how it is possible to draw something this beautiful like when the first draft sent by Red Pepperoni, the artist, I was like, huh? I like this is like million times better than what I had in my mind. Uh, This is absolutely gorgeous, by the way. And oh my god, this artwork. I had it as my wallpaper, by the way. I want to print it on the canvas to hang it on my room. But yeah, this artwork is insane. Oh my god, like this. Oh, the hairs and the expressions too. Like oh my god, the sky and the stars, and then I think like there's like some. I think this like this. If you see on this image, I think uh this silhouette supposed to be the moon. I think, yeah. And then oh my god, like this artwork is insane. Like to be honest, I don't even know like how can you create something this beautiful out of this. By the way, so yeah, please follow Red Pepperoni. Yeah, the account is at red underscore pepperoni 00. Please follow Red Pepperoni. And I think like he's still opening the commission. And I want to promote I want to promote his work, by the way. And not only because I really love his artwork. I think I met someone in the convention. Yeah, he's uh, like a creator. Uh, uh, yeah, Nikki GZ. Uh, is also a streamer and a VTuber. So I met her in a convention, and then basically she gave me like an artwork of her VTuber model drawn by Red Pepperoni. So I still have that artwork, like like in my what is it called? In my yeah, basically in my room. So and then when I was thinking about like making a commission for this project, I was like, okay, I want to try to 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 Red Pepperoni too. So I checked on his commission page, and the first thing that I was surprised is the price. So by the way, the price is only 65 USD. Like that is so cheap, right? Oh my god, that is insanely cheap. This artwork is 65 USD. I don't even understand. Like, I obviously I gave him like a tips at the end, but that is such a huge deal, by like 65 USD for something this beautiful. Like, my God, yeah. Uh, Feel free to like ask for a commission from from Red Pepperoni. I really recommend it, and also it's really fast too. Yeah, it's really fast too. Like I think it is finished under like 10 days or something. Yeah, I think like the artwork is finished when I was at less than 10% of my project. So yeah, it's just insane. Like he talk a lot, he communicate a lot, and then he is very nice. The price is very affordable, and then the artwork is insane. I love his style. So yeah, please support Red Pepperoni. Too. Yeah, please support Red Pepperoni. He's doing like such a great job, and for a really affordable price. Like, yeah, and he is an Indonesian too. Yeah, he is an Indonesian too. So yeah, please support local artists. Well, local for me at least. Yeah, please support like Indonesian artists too. Okay, so I think this is an intermezzo. So yeah, this is a nice break from like the intensity of the topic. So so around 2 months ago, I think, yeah, around 2 months ago, I definitely need to learn more about rock. So actually, I love rock music. It's not like I'm a diehard fan of rock music, but I love rock music. Uh, and I think I said about this a lot, but one good way to learn about something is to through comparison. Okay, so yeah, through a controlled set comparison within like a controlled settings. So uh, this is just a disclaimer. All songs are good. Yeah, all songs are definitely good. And whenever I'm comparing something, it's not like I'm mocking something or the other song that I don't prefer. So this is purely educational purposes. Yeah, this is very important, by the way. Yeah, this is a very important. you need to highlight like what's the good, like the good ones and then the bad ones, and how do you improve it, and how is this inspiring compared to each other, and that's a very good way to learn. Yeah, that's a really good way to learn, because if you just listen to a like one song, then you don't really know uh whether like what's special about it. Yeah. So, and then if you just listen like to a series of song like without thinking much, so like just listening casually to a music, and then yeah, you don't really think about like why the song is really good. So again, through like educational setting, if you compare it properly, like if you really think about it, then you will realize each song will have their own unique uniqueness, and then their own strongness, and then yeah, what can you learn from it will basically lead you to lead you through the learning process, right? And this is not just applied to music. This is obviously applied to many different subjects. But yeah, so basically 2 months ago I need many rock songs at once for me to compare, right? So I had this silly idea, and basically the best way to find like many different rock songs at once is just to listen to Radio X in GTA San Andreas. Yeah, yeah. If you know me, I'm a huge fan of GTA San Andreas. I even follow like the speed run world in GTA San Andreas. It's a really entertaining speed run. Uh, so yeah, in Radio X is basically where the rock songs are, right? So yeah, there are 14 songs. Okay, so there are 14 songs inside the album with the radio, right? So well, I don't think we have the time to talk about like each of them, like each 14 of them. But yeah, uh, at least I want to highlight my top six. Okay, and again, this top six is just like again the educational comparison purposes, right? So it's not like, oh, this one is like definitely better than the other one. It's not like nothing like that. It's just something that took an interest for me at least 2 months ago, and then again I want to explore why it is interesting and what can I learn from it, right? So there are 14 songs. So to be honest, initially when I made this slide, I want to just play the songs and then discuss it together. But obviously, this stream will get nuked immediately, because like again, Rockstar and Take Two initiative, and yeah, uh, whenever you play any radio songs from like Rockstar's, yeah, you will get nuked immediately. So yeah, this playing these 14 songs in this stream is a completely bad idea. So you can hear by yourself. I would just Google like Radio X GTA San Andreas, and then yeah, I mean some of these are basically like in industry standards, like yeah, something like the most influential rock music at that time. So probably some of you have heard of some of these songs, right? And if you have played GTA San Andreas, which I assume most of you have already played GTA San Andreas, yeah, probably you know about these songs, right? So let's talk about the rank six. Okay, yeah, this is my rank six. I mean, if you want to guess, like, what's my number one songs out of these 14, so yeah, feel free to guess in the chat. Yeah. So this is my rank six. Okay. Later you can just listen to the song outside the stream, right? So my rank six is Unsung by Helmet. I think Helmet is the name of the band, right? I think. Yeah. So one thing that I noticed from this song is how good the singing is. It's not like other rock songs are has had bad singing. It's just it's so stands out. I'm not sure why, but yeah, try to listen to this song. It just so stands out. Yeah, the singing is insanely good. Like, oh my god, I don't understand how it is even possible to sing this good in a rock song. Um, yeah, it's is insane. Yeah, to be honest, it's insane. Like usually, like again, stereotypical rock slash metal songs. I barely can understand what are they saying, especially when I'm not a native speaker, right? So I'm not a native speaker. I cannot understand what are they saying. But in this song, you can clearly hear every single syllable really, really well. And yeah, this this is honestly insane. Yeah, this is honestly insane, and you should listen to this song if you have not listened to it. And also, I will talk about this efficiency later. But yeah, this song is very efficient. Uh, this actually this term efficient is hard to explain in this setting, but yeah, later there is one more quote efficient songs in this 14 list, so I will talk about it more later. But the reason why I put this on the sixth place is because I think some parts are a bit repetitive, and again, the way I rank music is through how interesting it is, basically. And interest by interesting, I do not mean like musically interesting or like it has like fancy chord progression or something. It's just interesting. uh Whatever whatever it is, like maybe it's the feeling or something, maybe it's again the singing, maybe the drums, whatever. Whenever I listen to there's something new that I discover, right? So if something is repetitive, then basically I will get bored after like 100 times of listening to the song. Yeah. So if I can listen to that song 1,000 times, like uh, yeah, if I can listen to the song like 1,000 plus times, then I think that song is really amazing. Yeah. So because like throughout like 1,000 times of listening to the song, I will always, yeah, I keep finding like something interesting. Right? So for example, like one of my most favorite albums. Basically, I think I have listened to it for at least 10,000 times. Yeah. And it's still insane. So yeah, it's just that's how I read like music. And again, this is not about good or bad. This is just learning, right? This is just learning. So yeah, please don't cancel me if like your favorite song is not in here. So yeah. So again, personally, I think some parts are a bit repetitive. If you listen to it like 1,000 times, then some parts is a bit boring. Yeah. That's like my only reason to put it in rank six, by the way. It's still very good. All 14 of these are very good, and these six are very exceptional for me again. And that is that is the sixth place, right? And then for the fifth place, yeah, there are a lot of good songs. I actually don't remember what's the fifth place. Oh, okay, I remember this, the fifth place. I think this the fifth place might upset a lot of people here. Uh, so the fifth place, unfortunately, I will say unfortunately, is Hellraiser by Ozzy Osbourne. And the reason why I said unfortunately, because, well, you heard the news, right? Ozzy Osbourne just passed away like last week. So it's very unfortunate. I wish I put it higher, but this is like my, uh, well, first, this is what I think 2 months ago. Yeah, this is what I think. This is what I thought 2 months ago, and then also I rank this again through just pure from listening to it. So uh, I know how influential Ozzy Osbourne is to the rock, the genre, but yeah, it's not like I'm growing with Ozzy Osbourne music. So I just know he's very influential. And actually, the craziest thing is I can hear the influence through the song. So yeah, I say this that the drum is almost basic. So this is not an insult, by the way. This is not an insult. The drum is almost basic. And the first thing that came up to my mind that it is a basic because this is the standard, right? Like I can call this basic because like so many people are inspired by this song and by Ozzy Osbourne and Black Sabbath or something. Yeah, again, I I don't really familiar with like the metal bands, but yeah, the reason why like it is basic because it is influential, right? So this is not an insult. And actually, like when you make like a song with something like very basic, it tends to be boring. It tends to be repetitive. But with this song, it's actually a very fun song to sing. Yeah. Uh, I still remember like when I was listening to this song, I was like, I want to sing with the song, right? And this is actually something that I'm struggling with. So I always make something interesting. I always make something that that was like meaningful or something. Yeah, but I cannot make a song that's influential. Yeah, I still don't understand how to make something influential. So again, there well, many people already told me that I need to simplify my music for other people to understand. I don't think that's the case. Saying like that, which means like the influential songs are basic. Which is, by the way, this song Hellraiser is not basic. This is like absolutely amazing. But yeah, it sounds like it's simple enough for you to sing. Like for the later higher rank, it's a lot more interesting. Like it's also influential in their own way, but it's a lot harder to sing along with. Yeah. So in Hellraiser, it's very easy to sing along with, and yeah, it's basically just it inspires you, right? It inspires you to want to be like them, and yeah, it's really amazing. Like I can understand why when Ozzy Osbourne was passed away last week, and yeah, it is a really sad. Yeah, it was really a sad day. Yeah, it is a really amazing song. When if you listen to it, it's just immediately you really want to sing to it. And yeah, I read this that aura farming. Uh, yeah, well, yeah, I mean, literally, singing this song is like farming auras instantly. So yeah, try to listen to this song. Yeah, if you have not. Yeah, and that's the fifth place, unfortunately. And I wish I can put this to. I wish I can put Hellraiser in at least rank four. But yeah, the reason why I put this in rank five, rank five is because for rank four, yeah, again, this might be controversial, but I was amazed on how good this song is. So again, this is the rank four, and the rank four is "Mother" by Danzig. So again, I'm talking about efficiency here. So "Mother" by Danzig is a very simple song, quote unquote simple, and that's why it's really hard. Like when I was listening to this song, it's borderline almost not a rock. It's just ever so slightly a rock, but it is a rock song. And just if you reduce like the intensity of the drum, or maybe if you reduce like the guitar or the singing, then it is immediately sounds like boring. But it is not boring. That's the crazy thing. So if I imagine like when they play this song, it's like there's no wasted movements at all. Yeah. So talking about efficiency here, I'm referring to how you play an instrument, or I guess for singing. Yeah. So in classical music, at least, when you play something efficiently, it's like smooth. It's like effortless, right? And it looks like you are calm. You are not in tension, and then it feels like, oh, this is easy. Like, so you are not wasting more energy than you need. But again, that makes it even harder, like, because like if a song is really hard and then you play it like it's effortless, that means it's even harder. Yeah. So, and that's how I felt about this song. If you try to sing this song, it's really hard to make it good, because again, you might try to add your own flair, but it make the song a bit off. If you reduce your flair, and then it make the song boring. But when they sing it, it sounds amazing. And I think personally, I think this kind of song is really hard to perform, and that's why it reached to the fourth place. Yeah, it's insanely good. Like, oh my god, this song is just, I don't understand how do you even start to make this kind of songs. Yeah, Yeah, this is one of those songs that you definitely need to check. Yeah, and that's the fourth place. And now let's talk about the top three, right? Yeah, the top three. I mean, there are still many amazing songs here, many famous songs too. Yeah, I think I put the rank the third place is, yeah, I think I remember. Yeah. So the third place is Killing in the Name. Yeah, Killing in the Name by Rage Against the Machine or something. Yeah, Rage Against the Machine. Yeah, Killing in the Name. So I know this song for a long time. Yeah, I knew this song for a long time. I think since I was in the middle school. Yeah. Um, I don't really. But at least back when I was in the middle school, I don't really understand about music. So I knew that this song is like cool to sing, like when especially when uh they swear a lot in the song, and then yeah, again when I was a middle schooler, I was swearing together with the song, and it sounds fun, right? But yeah, when I tried to listen again properly this time, I was surprised at how many tricks they had to make the songs very hype. Yeah. And the first thing that immediately comes to my mind is metric modulation. So try to listen to it and then try to count the beat, right. So I can explain what a metric modulation is. So I think I need to share screen my pane with. So this is the pane. Okay, yeah. So in metric modulation is basically when you change the time signature. So let's say that the time signature is initially 4 by 4, and then you suddenly change it to maybe 6 by 4 or 6 by 8. And well, if you just abruptly change the time signature, then it does not sound good. So there has to be some kind of transition between like this 4 4 and this 6 8, let's say. Yeah, and this is how the killing in the name metric modulation works. So let's say this is the intro, right? So the intro is in 4 4. Again, I cannot play the song because for copyright reason. So yeah, just listen to yourself. So initially, the song is like in 4 4. So yeah, just count like 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4. Yeah, it's simple. Almost every song are written in 4 4, right? Yeah, but then there's I think like uh the bass. Yeah, suddenly the bass are split into triads. So it's like three subdivisions. So yeah, so they separated into 1 2 3, 1 2 3, 1 2 3, 1 2 3. So it's something like this. Yeah. So it sounds like this, and then it's back again at 4 4. But then the drum the drum transition into this again these triads. But the crazy thing is, if you count it, it's like 1 2 3. So 1 2 3 4, and then 1 2 3, 1 2 3, 1 2 3, 1 2 3. So this is the subdivision, right? So if you count like 1 2 3, 1 2 3, it should sounds like this, and you can still hear that it is grouped by 4. Yeah. So even though this is not a metric modulation yet, but yeah, it's just become a triad, right? Well, you can write it in uh, 6 8. So basically, I guess it's more like 2 2 instead of 4 4, yeah, whatever it is. So yeah, you can write it something like this. But suddenly the song went into, instead of 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3, they went 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 4, and then 1 2 3 4 1, and then they are back in 4 4, but in a completely different tempo. Yeah. So the song went is something like this. So it's again like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. Like the transition is very smooth. When I was back in middle school, I cannot even understand like what happened there. I know it's interesting. You don't have to understand about metric modulation, time signature, and whatever it is to love the song. You just know it's hype, right? And yeah, well, if you want to explain why it is hype, then yeah, this kind of tricks uh, might explain like why the song feels like irregular, and then again the irregularity makes the song interesting and blah blah blah. Yeah, so this is about metric modulation. I think I had metric modulation in not this song, but in other projects. Yeah, but definitely not this song. But this song has a lot of tonal modulation, which I will talk about later. Yeah. Okay, let's back to the Radio X. And then again, I mentioned about this like this is a simple tension building but effective. And yeah, I talk a lot about like how in music is basically uh just tension and release, right? And yeah, it's like by simple tension building, I mean like they use like scales efficiently and then effectively. So it's just a simple scale, but it's very hype. And again, they are very good at building hype, right? And that's why the song is also very fun to headbang, yeah, which is classic for like rock music, right? But sometimes, at least for me, if the song is too metal, I guess, and it's too hard to headbang, like I cannot imagine you. I'm headbanging for 5 minutes to like a crazy metal songs. It will make my head dizzy, but if you headbang to this song, it's just smooth. Yeah. So and also it has a lot of time to rest. Well, you can again when it's resting, they are building more tension, and then you're basically preparing for the next headbang, and then when it drops, and then it's just even more crazier. Yeah. So it's addicting. It's basic. This song is very addicting, and again like the solo. Like I think it's like a keyboard or guitar. I'm not sure, but again the solo is also big. So yeah, this song is really good. I really love it, and yeah, uh, it inspired me a lot. Yeah, yeah. This is "Killing in the Name" by Rage Against the Machine. Right? So that's the third place. So now there are only two slots for the second place and the first place. So this second place might upset some people because I legit thought that this song should be in the first place. I mean, there's literally one very famous song here, very influential song here. Yeah, but unfortunately, I put it in the second place. Yeah. So, "Welcome to the Jungle" by Guns N' Roses. This is I bet you guys have listened to this song. Yeah, I bet you guys have listened to this song. This song is like insanely famous. When I was listening to this song, I forgot I was like doing a like educational comparison. I legit forgot like, I'm just having a lot of fun. Yeah, I was having fun listening to this song. I just forgot that I was still like basically studying, right? So yeah, uh, the drum is insane. Yeah, the drum is very super. Actually, it inspires me the most. Like one of the thing that I'm really proud with the project, the Sun and the Waves, is the drum. Yeah, I really proud of the drum. The guitar sucks a lot, but the drum, I love the drum. Yeah, so the drum sounds very alive and dynamic. I can see that this is a live recording. It's not like recorded in a studio then heavily edited. It's just a live recording, and it sounds amazing. And then, yeah, I just realized they have a cowbell for the drum, like, and yeah, it's kind of funny. Like, it's wild. I mean, the song is literally "Welcome to the Jungle," like, and it makes sense if the song is wild. And then again the tension building is insane due to a lot of sudden key changes. Like, again, this stuff I wasn't even noticing back when I was like in middle school, but now I can understand, wait, why is just suddenly jump to this key and then keep building the hype, and yeah, etc etc. This class Yeah, this is everyone knows why Welcome to the Jungle is very influential. And again, this inspires a lot of people to into being like making their own band. But this is, I guess, this is like hard, like uh, this is harder than Hellraiser. Again, like the technical difficulties speaking. Welcome to the Jungle. Like it's harder to sing than Hellraiser. It's harder to play the drum. It's harder to play the guitar. But yeah, because of the difficulty, because of the technical difficulty, it inspires more people to yeah again challenge themselves, right? So it inspires a lot of people through a different spectrum compared to like Hellraiser. Yeah, uh, yeah, that's my second place. So how about the first place, right? So what can beat Welcome to the Jungle, right? So yeah, I was surprised actually. I kept listening to this song and I still don't understand it. I genuinely don't understand this song. Uh, Whenever I can explain a song, that means I kinda understand the song. But when I'm completely speechless, that's when like it's just next level, right? So my number one from these 14 songs is Cult of Personality by Living Color. Um, yeah, this song made me speechless. Uh, you guys need to listen to this song like right now. To be honest, just close the stream and listen to this song. To be honest, uh, this song is insane. I I cannot explain how good this song is, but I can kind of give like a general direction and on why I say that this is my number one. And the reason why is that it feels like a statement. Yeah. So everything. So whenever I said like, oh my god, Pan singing is insanely good because whenever she sings, it sounds like she's speaking. Yeah, and that's like a very good indicator when if you are a good singer because again music is just a communication tool, right? So music is just a communication tool, so the performance is just basically a speech, right? You can think of it as a speech, and that's why like Pan singing is next level. That's one of the reasons. And the singer for Living Color is also a really great singer. And her and his singing is also feels like a statement. It feels like a speech, and also like speaking with the of about the political background for this song. I am not going to delve further into like politics, but yeah, it truly feels like a statement, right? However, if it's just the singer who made the statement, then it's just really great. But what's amazing about this song is the whole band, the whole band feels like a statement. So if everything flows together, like the drum, the guitar, the bass, the singers, like it comes together as a statement. So it's not as the singer made a statement; it's the whole band, the whole song made a statement. So yeah, it's something that I genuinely cannot explain how good it is. Yeah, so you guys really need to listen to this song. To be honest, I guess this is my most favorite rock song, at least from the Western world. Like, because if you're speaking about like the Asian world, of course, so many great Ani song and J rock, yeah, it's even more complicated than yeah. And that's basically the intermezzo, right? So I guess let's have a small breakfast because I want to go to the bathroom. Yeah, I will play the song earlier. So yeah, let's have a break, and then after the break, we will talk about mixing and mastering, which is again the main topic of this stream, right? Yeah, I generally think this stream might be like 5 hours. So yeah, uh, yeah, just take your time. Okay. Wait a bit. I think where is my OBS? Okay, this is right. Okay, I'm back. Uh, yeah. Okay, let's talk about the new skill that I learned. I mean, to be honest, I just learned about mixing and mastering for a week, basically, and I try to apply it to my next project. So I at least I have some new experience that I learned, but still, uh, don't take this stream as like a guidance on how to mix and master, but take it as more as like how to start and what should you explore, and then you can just basically Google on your own, right? Okay, so this is my biggest issue. So if you notice, probably, yeah, if you notice, all of my songs that I release, especially when it is like a more complicated song, it sounds too quiet. Yeah, it sounds too quiet. So whenever I release something like piano only, music box only, it's easy. But whenever I release something like a bit more uh, involving many different instruments, like uh, specifically types bossa nova and what is the song? Little Rabbit's Adventure. Yeah, it sounds very quiet, and I'm not sure how. I did at that time. I didn't know why it's too quiet, right? But then when I made the project with Mari, the Marigato for Inochino Namae, uh, again the initially the song the version that I had sounds fine. The lossless version sounds fine. And then when you upload it to YouTube, it sounds it sounds sucks. But then I know SF has done a lot of stuff in the mixing, and then when it is released, when it was released, it sounds great. Yeah. So it's definitely a mixing problem. I'm sure it's definitely a mixing problem. I don't know how to fix it. So I just started googling blah 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 and why it sounds very quiet and yeah, whatever it is. So yeah, so let's try to fix this too quiet issue first. So oh, also I have this story. Uh, Actually, I have in like IRL friends, which also just learn about like music production and basically digital music production, and yeah, he was having the same issue for me. With me, so yeah, he sent me the lossless version, and it sounds fine. And then when he uploaded to YouTube, and then it sounds completely different. So yeah, uh, let's try to fix these two quiet issues first, right? So whenever we are talking about loudness, there are two different kinds of loudness. So it's either the objective loudness. This is basically just what the computer displayed. So the volume, and then the perceived loudness. So whatever our brain thinks it's loud or not. Yeah. So let's separate. Let's talk about these two separately. Yeah. So let's talk about the objective loudness first. So uh, the first thing that I realized is that mixing and mastering is basically just an optimization problem. Uh, this word optimization is it means it's a specific things in like math and computer science. So yeah, uh, if you learn math or computer science like calculus class or something, you definitely know what I meant, right? So yeah, mixing and mastering is just an optimization problem in math or computer science, right? So uh, whenever we are talking about optimization problem, there should be like some kind of limitation that we have, and then we want to maximize what we want to achieve. So, well, think of the volume as resources, right? And we know the resources are limited. You cannot just blast the increase the volume to like to something crazy, because well, YouTube will compress it uh, to like to a safe level. Yeah, because you cannot if you just can make arbitrarily loud stuff on YouTube, then you can basically uh, kill other people through like videos and stuff. So yeah, YouTube will lower down the volume to a certain level. So resources are limited. So the question is how loud should each instrument be like? Yeah, so there are several instruments. So how loud for each instrument should be. And one of the big reason why it sounds very quiet is because there's this thing called transient. I think this is called transient. Hopefully I'm not using the wrong word. So whenever you especially when you play a drum, so let's say you hit the kick or the snares, uh, so it immediately jumps up and then it just immediately disappears. So this high peak is called transient, I think. So same thing with like when you play a piano, when you hit the key and then like the hammer swings and hit the strings, then it's very loud and then immediately disappears, right? Well, if you listen to this like normally, like lossless, then it's fine. But when you compress it, it sounds very bad. Yeah, and the reason why is yeah, again this is just a rough illustration. Definitely this is not like how they perform compression, but you can imagine because this is too high and then this is too low, and then they compress it to like to a certain level. Then this low part is basically disappear. Yeah, so and this is like the main issue why it sounds awkward. Yeah, why a lot of my songs sounds awkward. And I was actually trying to solve this issue. So let me open Paint again. I think the Paint is still open. Okay. So I was wondering why a lot of people can make a sound looks like this, like in terms of the volume. It looks like this. So let's say that, okay, this jumps and then it just stays here. Yeah. And turns out, if you just use like a synth, you can absolutely make this kind of sound. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, because since it's just like synthesizing your own sound, of course you can make this kind of sound, right? So what I just realized is because I keep using like real instruments, like basically all the plugins that I use for making music is just a real recording of a real instrument. So obviously, in real life, there is no way for like an instrument to produce this kind of sound, right? It basically just like broke the conservation of energy or something. Yeah, because yeah, it has to lose something, like because the sound travels and it goes farther. Yeah, I think like because it travels as a wave, I think this is like basically logarithmic. The growth is logarithmic. Uh, yeah, so it definitely will disappear, right? And so yeah, since my friend was like basically making their own sound, so it's just it does not when if even when he does not know anything about mixing like back then, it still sounds kind of fine. Yeah, it still sounds kind of fine because again it's like like basically he made his own sound, right? But in my case, it sounds like it's a real recording of an instrument. Then I have to mix it, right? So that's why it's a mixing problem. Yeah, because this is just a recording of a bunch of instrument, and then I need to mix it basically. I need to mix it into one song, right? And yeah, and that's why this is a big issue. Yeah, this is the first issue. Obviously, I can try to like modify the sound to make it sounds like this, but it will sound less realistic, basically. So yeah, there should be like a trade-off between like realism and and digital production, I guess. And that's why like you cannot replace a real life experience like when you're going to a concert or something, right? Yeah, and this is the first issue. Okay, let's back to the PowerPoint. Like, so there are several solutions that I found. I think these are standard solution. I think the first thing that surprised me the most is definitely panning. Yeah. Uh, yeah. So there are four solutions that we are going to talk here. Uh, so okay, let's talk about panning first. So panning is actually very simple. It's just which speaker do you want to use, right? Whether this is like the left speaker or the right speaker. So usually when you listen to a song and then it has like those fancy effect when the sounds travel from the right earphone like to the right speaker to the left speaker and it sounds like it travels through your brain. It's basically what panning is. So I always thought like panning as these kind of tricks that you can pull off, right? And I definitely use it in like Mari's project. There was some part where the piano travels from left to right, and yeah, I mean it sounds nice. It's cool, I guess. It's like a party trick basically. But what I learned at least like last month is yeah, turns out this kind of misconception is at least I had this misconception. I always thought that you always put the bass on the like left speaker and then put the melody on right speaker. So basically there's like I thought there were some kind of rules on where you should put it because whenever you listen to a song it like most of the time the bass on is on the left speaker, right? So yeah, this is something that I thought is just like normal. So turns out it's not, by the way. Yeah, that's the first case, and then for the second case, I always thought like if you want to make the sound louder, then you can just add something loud. But again, this is also a misconception that I just learned like basically the last month. So the context matters a lot. Yeah, the context matters a lot. So the first big issue is that frequencies can interfere. Yeah. And this interference happens in real life, not inside the software, but in real life. Okay. It happens in real life. So whenever it's a constructive interference, so loud plus loud means even more loud. But whenever it's a destructive interference, loud plus loud is gone. But that's basically how like ear noise canceling earphone works, right? So it just produces a sound that completely cancels other sounds, so it sounds quiet. Yeah. So since frequencies can destructively interfere with each other, yeah. And again, in real life, not in like in the software, we need to think about this a lot, actually. So, because in the system, like in the software, it's still registered as very loud. So again, they only know like, okay, this is loud, and then add this, and it should be loud, and then the speaker produce it, and then the frequencies interfere with each other, and then it's gone. So yeah, the system think that it's still loud. So because it's very loud, then YouTube will compress it, and because you to compress it, so it's even more gone, right? So not only the frequencies interfere with each other, and then on top of that, the YouTube also compress it, so it's just basically disappear. And that's one of the biggest reason why basically all of my like quote unquote complex songs are sounds very quiet basically. Yeah, and this is the first trick that I learned. Uh, So basically, if you have like a similar range, it's like just similar register, like on the frequencies, you can put it on different panning. Okay, so let's say that uh, if you want to put every single lower frequencies on the left, that means like there will be a lot of destructive interference on the left speaker. Yeah, but if you put like, okay, this maybe like this bass, you put it on the left, and then the kick drum, you put it on the right, then it sounds fine because it does not destructively interfere with each other. Like because whenever you use like a headphone, you listen to the bass from the left, and then again let's say you listen to the drums on the right, and it does not interfere in like the frequencies. Yeah, when it just enters your ears and then it enters your brain. So there is no chance for it to interfere with each other, unless you're playing it on like on laptop or something. Yeah. So whenever you have like something with like similar frequencies range, you can put it on different banding. So this is the first tips that I learned. Yeah. And basically, now you have different resources. So initially, I thought you only have one like volume resources, like, but now you have two different resources: the volume on the left speaker and then the volume on the right speaker. So if you distribute this like really well, then it sounds fine. But if you like, if the frequencies collide with each other, then it sounds sucks. Yeah, this is the first thing that I learned, and it's very important. It's really important. Yeah, just from banning, it fixed a lot of issues. I will later show you why I cannot just fix everything with banning because again, my dumb decision on like the initial of the project. But yeah, the banning definitely helps a lot. This is the first solution. And then the second solution is again EQ. So I said something like in the previous streams, like I just found out about what EQ is, like, which is like very silly of me because that's like the most basic thing that you should learn basically. But I just found out about EQ like 1 year after I was making music. So yeah, uh, basically equalizer is just controlling how loud its frequencies are, right? So I mean, that's initially that was what I had in my mind. So let's say that you want to have a louder bass, then you can just add the bass in the like in the EQ, right? So that's the first thing that I know about EQ, like back then when a couple years ago. And then for the second thing that I learned about EQ is since it's basically controlling I'm not sure how to pronounce this, but it timbre or something. Yeah, basically it's how the sounds like. Right? So let's say like if you have like a note, like maybe like a C5 or something, and then yeah, if you play it on a piano and then you play it on a violin and then you play it on a flute, it sounds different even though it's the same sound, right? Yeah, and the reason is because of this timbre or something. Yeah. So yeah, since whenever you play it sounds, there are like those what is it called, like overtones and undertones, right? The harmonic series or something, I forgot what it's called. Yeah, but it controls on how the sounds, right? Yeah, and you can control it basically using EQ, and that's how you can, yeah, basically design your own sound. But the third thing that I just learned about, like this whole thing about like mixing and mastering, is EQ can also avoid destructive interference, right? So one thing that one thing that you can make is, let's say I have this bass, and then I can just let's say I want to lower the volume on the low frequencies. So the bass sounds a bit higher. Well, it's still the same note, but again, like the composition, the sound is not as low. So it's not uh, interfering with, let's say, the piano, maybe. Yeah. So it is possible to do that. And also, other than EQ, actually, you can also just simply change the frequency completely. Like, I mean, if you're playing an instrument, obviously changing the note is basically like changing the whole context, right? But for percussion, yeah, for percussion, you don't really think about the percussion as, oh, okay, this drum is in C major. You're not thinking about that, right? But still, whenever you like hit a drum or hit a kick, it's still a frequencies, right? It's still a frequency. So if you're a pitch perfect person, then you can absolutely know what frequencies is it, right? But still, you still think of it as just a hit, right? It's not a note; it's just a hit, even though it's a frequencies, right? So one thing that a lot of people do is basically just yeah transpose the sound of the drums or the percussion, right? So let's say like the kick drum sounds a lot higher. I forgot like one of the songs that I just listened recently. And I was wondering, like, why is the kick drum sounds really high pitch, and it still sounds like a kick drum, and my brain registered it as a kick drum, but it's very high pitch, and now I understand because it completely avoids like the destructive interference, right? So the bass, you can hear the bass clearly, and you can still hear the kick drum really well. So yeah, that's also another trick that you can use. Yeah, basically, yeah, this whole thing is very important, and this is about EQ, right? And then finally, the two things that I'm a lot more confused, and I guess if you hear like know about mixing and mastering, please help me about these two. It is basically about compression and clipping. I mean, I learned a lot about compression. I can kinda understand about like what compression supposed to be, but yeah, at this time it's just trial and error. And I can see that a lot of people just do the same thing, like a lot of trial and error. Where, and again, this is just one of those things where if you keep doing this a lot, then yeah, you will have a good intuition on it. But yeah, I don't really understand it fully. But whenever you compress a song, well, it's basically just let's say that this is like peaks really high, and then you compress it, so it's more like toned down, right? So, I mean, YouTube also has its own compression, but now we can apply it to each instrument by ourselves. So we control the compression, so the YouTube algorithm cannot compress it it does will not affect it greatly. Yeah. So one thing that you can do is basically to compress it and then raise the volume. It basically sounds it basically looks like this. And again, this is a lot louder and it sounds like the notes are held more longer. Yeah, and this is actually one thing that I was wondering on how people solve it. So again, if I'm back on my pain, I was wondering why a lot of like whenever I heard of pianos in like digital music, it sounds the volume looks like this. Yeah, the volume looks like this, or maybe it looks like this. It's not like this, but it looks like this. And again, this is also a trick in compression. This is basically also this is also compression. Yeah. So again, there are a lot of tricks in compression. I thought that this is just like sound design or something. Turns out like this is also about compression. So yeah, yeah, compression is something that's really important and that I just learned about basically. Yeah, and this is the first way. So there are definitely some trade-offs. So if you compress it too much, then it sounds ugly. Well, if you want it to be ugly, then it's fine. So example is let's say when you play a guitar with distortion, it's basically just make it super loud and then compress it really insanely, so it sounds distorted. And in that case, that's what you want, right? But yeah, I mean, in other scenarios, you don't want that. So yeah, that's definitely one. And then again, if you compress it, if you use like uh, less compression, then it might not sound that different. And this is what confused me the most, because like when I was tweaking like the compression, like the parameters, there was like, okay, I can barely hear the difference, and then just tweak it a bit and it completely ruins the everything. Like, yeah, I still don't really understand about compression, but I think I'm getting better. Maybe I'm not sure. I think like the next project sounds better because it's more planned, and yeah, and also it's a lot simpler too. So yeah, so this is about compression. And then about clipping, clipping is basically just like a thresholding. So whenever it's larger than a certain frequencies, then it just cut off. Sorry, whenever it sounds louder than a certain like decibel, then it just cut off like this. And in some circumstances, it sounds cleaner than compression. Yeah, even though it sounds rough, it looks rough in the like in this chart. But again, yeah, in some certain circumstances, it actually helps. Yeah, and that's all about objective loudness. That's just about objective loudness. So objective loudness has a really deep rabbit hole too, but I cannot really talk about it since this is like the first time I was thinking about it. But about perceived loudness, I was thinking about it a lot, but now I need to use again every single trick in my sleeve to make the song sound louder. So yeah, welcome to another deep rabbit hole. So in perceived loudness, you're basically tricking the human brain to think it's louder than it is. And yeah, well, if you're talking about how human thinks is it's definitely complicated. So yeah, there are several factors that at least for the time being, I'm definitely thinking about this. So let's divide it into five factors. Yeah, the frequency range, and then the volume change, and then the tempo, and then the choice of instruments, and also the tension. Right. I will talk about this one by one. So in the frequency range, basically human ears are more sensitive to certain frequencies. So I forgot like what's the hertz, like the exact numbers, but again, if it's too like you can't really hear it. Um, but again, the computer thinks that we can hear it, so it's still like the algorithm still try to compute, still tries to compress it and everything, but it's basically just changing something that we cannot hear anyway. So why don't we just throw it? Basically, we can just throw it so we can allocate the volume on other frequencies, right? So that's basically it. Actually, in the project, like in this project, uh, there were some times where I had the bass at this like let's say like this these certain frequencies, and it sounds very small, and then I try to lower it and change it a bit right. So again, because our ears are not too sensitive on listening to the lower end, so I try to increase the frequencies, and it sounds louder. It straight up sounds louder, even though like the decibels is smaller. It sounds louder to me. Yeah. So again, this is very important, and yeah, because we are trying to maximize the loudness. Yeah, we need to utilize these sensitive frequencies really well. And to be honest, the reasons why like most of the songs like out there are quote easier to mix is because they have human singing. Yeah, and our ears are straight up very sensitive to human speaking, like for obvious reasons, like for of evolutionary reasons. We can hear how human speaks properly because that's like what we do every single day, right? So whenever a human is singing, we 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 tend to think that it's louder than it is. Yeah, not only because it's the frequencies that our ears are sensitive with, and also again the connection and stuff with other human, and we think that it's louder than it is. It might seems like it's not it does not make any sense, but again, I try to I basically try to check this like again like with like changing the volume, and again the even though the song with the singing is like uh a lot quieter, but I think it's louder. Well, it might be a bias. I'm not sure, but yeah, that's what I think at least. And again, the solution is basically just using AQ, EQ. Yeah, you can just discard the less sensitive range to increase the more sensitive range, right? But still be careful with the destructive interference. So yeah, you by tweaking these three, you can produce a really loud sound. Mm. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is the volume change. So it's not the volume itself. Of course, if it's the volume, then yeah, well, more volume is louder than less volume is quieter. But what's more important is actually the volume change. Okay, so if everything is loud, then it sounds not too loud. But if it's quiet and then it's suddenly loud, then it sounds louder. So actually, if you want to make some parts louder, you can, instead of increasing the volume, you can reduce other parts volume. So yeah, it's really dumb, but it works. And later I will show you like the project. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you bro for that. Yeah, yeah. So I will later show you in the project, but yeah, this part absolutely works. And this is the second. And then the third is about the tempo, the how fast the song is, right? So if it's fast, then we think it's louder, and then if it's slow, we think it's quieter. Like this has nothing to do with the decibels, but this is about like human, right? The like the human brain. So also the change of tempo might be more effective than the tempo itself. So because like if it's just again if it's just fast throughout the whole song, then we can kind of adapt with the song, right? But if it's just suddenly it's fast, which happened in the last chorus, by the way, in the song, then it sounds louder, even though it's not. And then again, the choice of instrument also matters. So loud instruments feels louder. So for instance, one of the first mistake that I made is basically by making the melody through saxophone. And again, there's nothing wrong with having saxophone as the melody, but it's just harder to mix because saxophone tends to be like very mellow or yeah, well, I guess like sexy, like it's like jazzy. So yeah, I mean, you can absolutely go off with like saxophone, like especially if you listen to Leo P. Uh, he absolutely nails the baritone section. It's absolutely hype whenever you like saw his performance. But still, even though I want to make it sounds like Leo P, but I don't know how to produce that kind of sounds using the at least the plugin that I have. Yeah, so I don't know how to make that kind of sound. So yeah, basically the my saxophone sounds quiet, even though it's not quiet. It feels mellow. Yeah. Piano is also feels not too loud, right? Even though again you can play piano really loudly, but generally people think piano as something mellow compared to especially like let's say cymbals. Like whenever you hear like a cymbal, so when it basically just two metal smashing, right? You immediately think that it has a loud sound, even though it's not loud. You think it's loud. And then again, whenever you play like a distorted guitars, it sounds loud because you associate it with metal music. Then oh, this is definitely metal, so it's definitely loud, even though it's not. And then timpani is basically like those like big drums that you play on big orchestra. Like basically when timpani plays, like it sounds like boss music. So again, the association with like something loud makes it feel loud. And the problem with yeah, the problem with with the project this project is that again, most of the instruments feels quiet. The only loud instruments in this project is just the bad guitars that I don't know how to write, and the drums. So actually there was one moment where I tried to reduce the drum to increase other instruments volume so it sounds louder. So it feels louder. So it looks like it's louder. But whenever I listen to it, it feels quieter. Just simply because I reduce the volume of the drum. So it sounds a lot less like uh alive, and then yeah, and it suddenly sounds very flawed. Yeah, and this is real, by the way. So another case is actually during Samara, which one is it? Like the part two Samara. So, Mephisto. Actually, that's the first time I listened to Mephisto. I know this from Oshinoko, but I read the manga, so I don't really bother watching the anime. So that's the first time I was listening to Mephisto. So in Mephisto, the intro is like just very slow violin, right? And even if you listen to Mephisto, the violin sounds small. Yeah, it sounds very quiet, right? Even though it's like a very well produced song, the violin sounds very quiet. So I guess this is just like an issue for everyone, not just me, right? So the violin sounds very quiet. It might be intentional, I don't know, but uh, whenever so the song starts with a violin, and then it immediately starts with like the drum, right? If you try to listen to the Mephisto closely, the snare drums is insanely loud. Just the snare drums. The snare drum is louder than everything else. The snare drums is louder than the kick, is louder than the cymbals, is louder than everything else in the drum. The snare drum sounds very loud, and it makes the songs feels loud. Whenever the drum starts and the snare drums hits really hard, and it feels like the song is really loud, even though it's not. It's just a snare drum that's loud if you listen to it closely. And again, that's what I perceive at least. This is hard topic to discuss because it's perceived loudness. Like everyone might be different, so but at least that's what I feel. And then again, I talk a lot that tension is just all about, music is all about tension and resolution. And obviously, tension feels loud because resolution feels like complete, like it's like finished. So it feels quieter. But tension feels loud and chaos feels loud. So whenever a part is like a very chaotic, so let's say like I guess the bridge for Welcome to the Jungle is also very chaotic. It feels loud, even though it's not, by the way. If you listen it closely, it's not loud, but it feels loud because it's very chaotic, and it's appropriate for the song. Like the Welcome to the Jungle supposed to be chaotic, like it's the jungle. And again, tension feels loud. You can later listen to the the project, the Sun and the Waves, and again the part where it's tension, it feels louder than it's supposed to be. Yeah, and this is everything that we are talking about for like the past 30 minutes is just about volumes. Yeah, and this is why like I think like this stream might be 5 hours, to be honest. And yeah, uh, yeah, that's everything about the volume. So now this is the second problem. This is the second problem. So I'm not sure how I describe this, but oftentimes my music is lacking of punch, whatever it is. So I try to Google it, and of course, Google provide me with an AI answer. So whatever, I will use this because it's quoting something anyway. So the AI said that in music production, punchy when applied to drums, even though I'm not asking about drums, again, classic AI moment. Uh, so means a sound that is tight, impactful, and has strong, clear attack. So yeah, uh, this is another issue with the drum that I'm having. So again, I'm tweaking with the drums a lot actually. So how to improve it is basically just again another EQ, and then use less reverb, because obviously if you use reverb then it sounds muddy. Maybe that's what you want, but if you want more punch then you need to reduce the reverb. uh, and then of course it's compression again, right? It's always EQ and compression. So again, it's if it's very if the drums if like the kick, if the kick drum is very low, the frequency is very low, then it's less punchy because our ears cannot really hear the lower frequencies really well. And then again, too much reverb sounds muddy, and then too compressed sounds muddy. But if it's not compressed, then it also sounds weak. So you need the right amount of compressions just for the drums to sounds good, basically. And that's how it is supposed to be, by the way. I try to check it. I look around about like compression on drums, and uh, like in real concert, it was supposed to be like just like a dedicated machine just to handle the compression for the drum. Again, I never knew stuff like this, but yeah, apparently that was the case. And even better if you can compress it individually. Like, okay, so this is the compression uh, for the for the kick, and then this is the compression for the cymbals. So if you can figure out for each individual percussion, then it will sound even better. But that's actually another mistake that I made because I combined it into one, and then yeah, it just become confusing. So yeah, that's about like this punchy or whatever it is. Yeah. And then the third issue, so again, the first issue is too quiet, and then the second issue is about the lack of punch, and then the third issue is I just say this is as off balance. I don't know how like what's the appropriate terms for this, but yeah, it's like badly mixed. But at the same time, like if I hear, yeah. I mean, it's clearly a mixing issue. Like if its individual instrument sounds good, and then I combine it and it sounds bad, so it's definitely the mixing issues. But yeah, I try to basically change each instrument's volume here and there based on the context. So yeah, again, later you can see it on the projects. But the problem that I had is, yeah, again, it sounds different after YouTube compression, right? So in the lossless versions, the mixing sounds fine, but after YouTube compressions, let's say like, oh, maybe the piano is here less, slightly less, and then so it sounds empty in the middle, and then it feels awkward. So uh, for now, at least, I'm just doing a lot of trial and error. I'm not sure how to fix this. Actually, like I upload, I think like 30 drafts on YouTube. Uh, just to check whether the YouTube compression like mess the whole song or not. So this is the first issue. And then another issue is whenever you listen to different devices, it sounds different. Obviously. Yeah. And funny enough, I talk a lot about this, and basically everyone says the same thing. And the solution is there is no solution because we cannot control how people listen. If they decided to listen on a crappy like earphone, then how well what do you want to do, right? So yeah, this is something that you cannot fix. However, however, like a good master engineer will consider this, yeah, and basically try to compromise so it sounds better on every single device. Well, not every single, at least like on most device. But yeah, so it's not like really good in this one device, but it's like less good in one device, but basically on average is better. Yeah. And again, I don't really know how to even start with this. I mean, throughout the whole time I was working, I was listening to my headphone. I mean, it's not an expensive headphone. It's just like Audio Technica 88 M50, something that I bought like I think at least 5 years ago, 7 years ago. I'm not sure. It's already uh, it's already broken, and I try to like fix it with duct tapes or something. So yeah, so that's how I listen to everything. And then I try to listen it on my phone, and then I try to listen it on my phone with the headphone because like again different device might process the sound differently, and in four different scenarios, and using the laptop speaker in four different scenarios of different devices, it sounds completely different, and consistently the worst sounding sound is always from my laptop. So my laptop speaker sounds really bad. I'm not sure why. Yeah, maybe it is what it is, right? What's surprising is that like my handphone speaker, like my handphone speaker, like Chinese handphone, like this is like very cheap, 100 maybe 100 $200 smartphone, sounds really good. Yeah, actually, like that's one of the better sounding sound. Obviously, the best one is when I listen to my headphone, using my headphone on my laptop because that's how I made the song. I try to optimize the song in my headphone, right? So even though I try to compromise it, it's still like I have like the bias towards my like the current setting that I was working on. Yeah. So again, I don't think this is something that has like one solution. And I think with more experience, I think I will learn more about this. So yeah, but if you're just learning about music production, mixing, mastering, whatever it is, so yeah, this is just a good. I think it is a good way to start, right? At least, because this is what I try to learn, and then what I try to apply, and then what works and what's not working. So yeah, hopefully it's helping if you are like just starting about music production. Yeah, and I think this is like the screenshot. Like, I think I screenshot like my folder too, and yeah, it sounds dumb. It looks dumb. I mean, I'm looking at my folder here. It's like the sun and the waves, experiment two, experiment final for real, final fix for real, last magic for real, redo two, redo three, redo the final two, uncompress 1.2, 0.2 or something. Like, yeah, this already looks like a college project. It's really messy. That's actually another thing that I want to fix, because the way I made this project is very messy, and the reason is because again, yeah, my knowledge keep increasing whenever I make this kind of project. So I don't know where to start, right? Yeah, so at least now I learn more about like how to manage the project better. So yeah, it's more tidy, because again, if it's tidy, then I can work easier. Yeah. So yeah, I think now I need to recap this with what is actually about mixing and mastering. Like, to be honest, I still have no idea on what it actually is. So, well, I know what it's supposed to be, but after working on this project, I'm confused on what's mixing and what's mastering. Well, I know the difference. So, actually, like historically speaking, it is it was a completely different job. Like back then, like when we're working with Final, I think there was supposed to be like this final person who work uh and again like adjust like the small stuff maybe, or like on the final or something. Yeah, again, this is supposed to be like completely different job, and yeah, and that's why it's called mastering. But then since we are working completely in digital, so it's kind of lose its original meaning, I guess. But still, the role of master engineer is still exists to this day. And there are several advantages on why master engineer is needed. So again, I'm just learning here and there from several interviews. Actually, like one of the big benefit on having master engineer is because the master engineer basically does not interact with the musician. Yeah, they do not interact with the musician. While the mixing engineer usually interacted with the musician. So let's say like let's say that the mixing engineer like looks at the recording and it looks crazy, it feels really hard, and the engineer tends to want to highlight that moment, because again because of the bias, the human bias. But for mastering engineer, again, they said that they have no clue on how hard the recording is, so they don't really care about like those uh, human bias. So what they want is just to produce a better song. By the way, yeah, they just want to produce a better song. Uh, TLDR is something like that. And again, I think like there's something to do with like again, if I heard that if it's mixing, then it's more about like each instrument and how each instrument reacts with each other. While if it's mastering, then it's like about like the greater uh, POV or something. And again, I cannot know what they are saying, but at the same time, I don't really know too. And especially, there is one great tips from I forgot what's the YouTube channel is, but yeah, uh, in that YouTube channel, he said that uh, it's it's uh, it's a good tips to start thinking of mastering during mixing. And then again, another good tips from different channel, by the way, it's a good thing to start thinking of mixing during composing. And again, this is things that I did not apply to this project. Absolutely. So yeah, um, and also in small projects. So let's say like I am working on my own, definitely for this project. Well, I am the mixing engineer. I am the mastering engineer. I am also the composer. I'm also the sound designer. So, like, of course, there will be a lot of overlapping. So why would I like do it like the professional did? Like, okay, this is the mixing, and then send it to the master engineer, and then the master engineer do it, and then maybe there are a lot of feedback and communication between them. And again, it's just myself, right? I can do whatever I want. So uh, at this point, I'm started to confuse on which one is mixing and which one is mastering. Again, because I'm working alone at the same time and for everything, right? So, and to be honest, I don't really care which one is missing on which one is mastering, because at the end it's just names, right? At the end it's just names. So let's just forget about like the whole classification thing on which one in mixing or which one is mastering, and just make a better song, right? So yeah, at the end, I don't really care about like which one is mixing or mastering. So as long as I can produce better song, then it's fine. It's basically my style. So yeah, if you're still learning about like music production, don't really think about it that much. Uh, yeah, just be inspired from those like like the master engineers, like pro master engineer and then pro mixing engineer. Just get inspired from them and then apply it on your own case, right? So yeah, you don't have to exactly replicate like the industry did. Yeah, you can just make up your own and then again try to fix it on the next project, and that's basically learning, right? You don't have to like join a mastering course and then learn like lesson one, lesson two, lesson three. To be honest, I don't really care about something like that. Yeah, uh, it's just better if you just made your own, and then again, if it fails, then yeah, you can fix it later. So yeah, you just TLDR, just start. Yeah, don't really bother about it. Okay, so that's everything I know so far about mixing and mastering. So now let's talk about mixing and mastering in this project. Okay, so I have an example, right? Oh my god, this is already 2 hours, and I haven't even start opening the FL Studio. Yeah. So let's talk about my issue. And again, this was a lot harder than I thought. Basically, I spent a week just for fixing stuff. Yeah. So the project should be finished around like 2 weeks before before releasing, before Pan's anniversary. But yeah, basically I got sick. I think yeah, I got sick, and then when I start to recover, basically I spent 1 week to try fixing the issues, and I just finished like around 3 days before Pan's anniversary. Yeah, which is sad because I need to work on other projects too. Yeah, again, first of all, my issues is I just learned about mixing and mastering after 50% of progress. It will be better if I know it from the start, but yeah, that was not the case. So the first huge issue is the colliding frequency range. And remember, you only have two speakers. Yeah, you only have two speakers, the left speakers and the right speakers, like the stereo sound, right? So yeah, if if there are three different instruments with the same frequency range, then then yeah, I'm fucked up basically. And now on the middle range frequencies, there are three instruments: the saxophone, the piano, and then the electric guitar. So I'm already messed up there. If I Basically, I want to make the saxophones louder because it's the melody, right? But if I want to make it louder, so I only have one more slots for the piano or the guitar. If I make the piano louder, then the guitar disappears and the song feels less rock because the guitar is electric guitar. But if I reduce the piano and increase the guitar sounds bad because I cannot make like a good guitar sound and the composition too. I don't really fully understand about guitars. So either way I mess up. Yeah. If I keep the piano, it sounds quieter because there is no guitar. And then if I keep the guitar, it sounds even worse. That's just from the middle frequencies. And now let's talk about the lower frequencies. So again, there are three colliding instruments: the bass, and then the piano, and then the drum. Yeah, yeah. So it's colliding again. So I can barely hear like the piano, like the bass on the piano. But if I remove the piano, like the bass on the piano, then again it sounds awkward. So I have to keep both the bass and the piano for whatever reason. Maybe I'm just messed up in well, whatever EQ compression, whatever it is. Maybe I mess up. But again, if I keep both bass and piano, then the drum sounds quieter. And as I said before, if the drum sounds quieter, then yeah, the whole thing sounds quieter. So the only safe thing is on the higher frequencies. And there are only two different instruments that works in the higher frequencies, and that's the piano and the strings. Yeah. So it's basically this composition. I don't think it's impossible to mix or impossible to master, but it's definitely not for the first project to learn about mixing and mastering. It's way too difficult to mix and master. Yeah. And at least that's the case for me. Maybe I'm just dumb. Maybe I'm just not good at this. But yeah, at least that was my case. And I tried to look around. So can it be fixed actually with mixing and mastering? So there is one channel that I was like watching a lot recently, and it's called Open Studio Jazz. Try to watch their shorts, and it's really good. It teaches you a lot about music theory and in a really fun and interactive way. And yeah, try to watch it. But there's one video about how to hum with piano and guitar. So basically, the video just talk about, okay, if there's like this guitar part, then what should the pianist do? This is a very good skit, by the way. When I look at this title, I already followed this channel. So when I look at this video, I immediately thought like, okay, this might be the solution. Okay, this might be the solution to my problem. And then I watched the video. So, okay, the pianist said how to fix this issue, blah 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 blah. And then the guitar starts playing, and the guitar is very beautiful. And then the pianist is just like putting their hands on the piano, but he's just there like not playing anything. And then the video ends. Yeah. So it's basically just a skit, like a parody, where like if the guitars play, then the piano is just should stop. It's funny actually. The video is really funny. You need to watch it. Like maybe I'm not good at like telling the stories, but yeah. Uh, basically, you just need to live, just believe on the guitarist, and the pianist should just stop and listen to the guitarist. Well, you can play the melody on the piano, but yeah, again, in the mid frequencies, you can basically just not playing anything. Yeah. So, yeah, but again, if I delete the piano, then the whole song is carried by the bad guitars, which sounds even worse. Yeah. But whatever it is, I need to delete a lot of the piano part. This is this is just it is what it is, right? I will later show you the original piano composition for this song. It's a lot more beautiful. If you listen to the piano only, it sounds really good. But if you combine it with everything else, it sounds really bad. Yeah. And yeah, I will show you like the original piano only part for the sun and the waves. And yeah, I have to delete a lot of parts. And then since now the chords are lacking, so the song is like less supported, I have an idea on putting every chord in the higher frequencies using the strings. So basically the songs is like a bit awkward. It's like kind of like bad guitar supported with like high frequency strings, and then saxophone in the middle, and then the bass, yeah, whatever it is. So yeah, is this? I know that this is like the hardest project that I've ever working, and the sounds is really good, but it's nowhere close to perfect. Yeah, it's nowhere close to perfect. And if I want to perfect this, I have to scrap the whole idea and start from the beginning. Yeah. So actually, I redone the mixing completely three times, and this is why it took like uh a week. Yeah. And again, this is just what I know. Yeah. So throughout of everything that I know, I still have to like redone the mixing completely three times. So basically, okay, scrap the whole thing. Let's start from the beginning. Let's change the EQ. Let's change the compression. And whenever I change something, then it's completely changed on other parts, and then it ruins again. And then I have to redo again, start from the beginning. Yeah, it's really painful to be honest. And this 1 week is I hate this week really. Yeah, I really hate this week because it's just like I just keep listening to the same thing over and over again and again. Even though I love this song, I really love the sun and the waves. But at this point, I have listened to this song more than 1,000 times, probably closer to 2,000 times. So by my definition, it's already a good song for me. But still, I need to I need to make a like a small adjustment where I don't know if it's changed much, but just a small step into the wrong direction will completely ruin the mixing like a couple versions later. Then I have to redo again. Then I think I make just again small improvements, and then turns out it's a completely different direction, and it still sucks. So I have to redo it again. Then. And finally, luckily, that the version that you listen in the YouTube, it's kinda compromised, but yeah, there are some parts where I think it's very messy, it's like dirty, but at least it's yeah, I mean it at least you can kinda listen to it. So yeah, it's kinda sad because it's a really nice song. It's a really nice idea, and it's also based on Tides, which is my most favorite songs from Utano Pandora. But yeah, I wish I can justify this version more, but yeah, I already work on this project a lot, and yeah, I still have like so many pending projects in the future. So yeah, rather than completely redone this version from the beginning, maybe I will keep it like as a future project, like maybe 3 years after this. Maybe I have gathered a lot of skills, then I can redone. I can kind of like remix, remaster, whatever it is, remix, remaster this version completely. So that was my decision, and that's why I just released it like yeah, I don't pursue the like the perfect composition or whatever it is. I will leave it to like future myself, I guess. Yeah, and that's everything about basically the mixing, mastering, and the issue between the song. So finally, we are done talking about mixing and mastering. So let's talk about the song itself. So I will talk about the song structure and then open FL Studio basically. Yeah. So let's talk about the song structure. I think this is like the most interesting one. So I guess yeah, this is the instruments. So uh, the melody is tenor sax. It's actually tenor saxophone. If you listen to like Tides bossa nova, it uses a different saxophone. I think the Tides bossa nova use like maybe alto saxophone, but this one is tenor saxophone. It's a lot deeper. Um, and then the lead is piano. And funny enough, I use overdrive on the piano. Yeah, overdrive is again like some effect that you use often used for the guitar, like on rock music, but I basically add overdrive for the piano, so it sounds very cool. Uh, and then, funny enough, I was looking for violin actually, but the violin sounds really bad. Yeah, the every single violin sounds that I had sounds really bad. And again, I'm comparing to the real deal. Basically, like whenever I listen to like two set violin or maybe listen to Ray Chan, the which is a Strats by the way, Stradivarius. Of course, like their violin sounds really good, and how they play it probably is really good too. For yeah, I don't have to speak about that more. It's obviously because they are like world class violinists, right? Compared to like MIDI, MIDI digital violin sound. So yeah, I need to replace the violin. So I was looking around uh, on the yeah the plugins, and and it says pan flute. So of course, well, pan flute is an instrument, right? But well, it has pan in it, so I tried to check it, and when I heard it, it's okay. This is exactly what I need. Yeah, so it's kind of funny. It's kind of ironic to that, like the songs for Pandora has a pan flute in it, and that's why I want to highlight it with like some pan flute solo, which sounds really cool in the song. Yeah, definitely one of my most favorite parts in the song is when the pan flute solo. And then the grand piano for some parts, like especially for the intro. And I want to deceive it, like because I keep making the same melancholic sounding song over and over again. So whenever you hear grand piano, it's oh okay, this is just another Max thing, and then immediately change to drum and then piano with overdrive and blah blah blah. So I hope it like the impact delivers quite well. But yeah, I mean for me, I've listened to this song like 2,000 times more, so it's not really surprising anymore. So yeah, the grand piano does not really works really well. Maybe like if I redone this like in 3 years later, I will completely replace the grand piano, maybe. And then for the chord, again, I already said about this before, but yeah, the chord is basically like a power chord using the guitar, and then like a more complicated chords using the strings on the higher frequencies. And then the bass, there's like the electric bass, and then also the piano, the same piano with this one, and then the percussion is drum. I think like there was some bell sound in that, but it's very minor. It's just sound effect, right? Yeah. So these are the instruments. And then, oh my God, yeah. So this is the structure of the song. So yeah, this is exactly why the songs is like feels like a really like a roller coaster basically. So yeah, initially the intro is actually in A flat major. It's the same key with Utopia no Kagami. Yeah. One thing that I realized is if you listen to Utopia no Kagami and then immediately change like after the song finish and then you continue listening to the song, it match. Yeah, you can completely combine these two songs into one album that you can listen to it connect consecutively. Right? So yeah, uh, maybe one day, who knows, right? Like imagine like Pandora, like fun album, right? How cool is that? Obviously not for sale. This is probably just collectibles for the Friendoras. And then the first one, yeah, the first one is just like neutral sounding. It's normal. I mean, the song just starts right, and then the chorus it starts like questioning. Yeah. So, uh, I mean, actually, like the whole questioning idea is, it actually came from the song itself, right? I mean, the lyrics literally says like what I'm supposed to do, right? I mean, what is it? Oh, how is the song again? Uh, I forgot what's the lyric for Thais. Yeah, I mean, the if you listen to the lyrics for the chorus, it's like pun questioning stuff, right? And then it immediately changed to like a bright sounding song with the pan flute solo, and then enter to the second verse, and then it's dark again. Yeah, it's dark again. And then this is my favorite part. This is like my number one part on this song. The second chorus, I guess. Yeah, the second chorus. It's like you're fighting the whole world. It feels like that. Yeah. So it feels like a denial. And again, probably there was something bad happen in my life during this time. I tried to think about it, but I don't really remember. Oh, I remember. It's definitely IRL stuff that I cannot say it here. Yeah, there was something bad happen in my life here that I cannot say. Okay, and then funny enough, and then it after this like very dark, like like shouting, like it's like angry to this word. It's like really mad, and then it's immediately changed to a pan flute solo again that is sounds even brighter. And the reason why it sounds very bright is because the key changed to E flat. So there is a key change in there. It's very unnoticeable. It's key change to E flat major, and it sounds really bright. Yeah, and actually, it symbolized Pan herself, actually. Yeah, and yeah, and that's what during like my life was again. This part is when it's really sucks in real life, and basically again, Pan helps me a lot with her stream and everything. Uh, and it's very bright. And then when the bridge enters, and then it starts questioning again. Like, again, I think the lyrics also about questioning. And then the solo piano sounds really harsh, to be honest. Yeah, I really love the piano solo. It feels like crying, like yeah, it feels like crying. It feels alone. And then the final bridge, it's like refuse to give up. Yeah, it feels like refuse to give up, and it's kind of influenced by the tight set version in the during the concert. And then this is the final chorus. Yeah, the final chorus is another key change to D flat major, basically the original key of tides, and then the BPM increase. So it's the song sounds louder again, and the feeling for this song is like running. Yeah, it's like running. I mean, it's not like running away from the problem. It's like running, chasing towards the light or something. Yeah, maybe I'm just saying nonsense here, but yeah, it feels like something like that because after this it's like another key change to E flat major, and then like the pan flute solo sounds really bright again. So it was supposed to be like chasing towards the like after like this huge depression, and then you run towards like the light or something. uh but again, the end for the outro it's supposed to be really happy, but 90% progress and my visa got rejected, and then it immediately went back down to full on depression. Like the outro is like very depressing. And yeah, uh I'm not sure how other people feels about this song, but I know definitely Mari definitely realized like how the song supposed to feels, because I think Mari comments like what a terrible day to rain or something like. Yeah, uh to be honest, that's like the the most appropriate answer because it is supposed to be like a terrible day to rain. I mean, my visa got rejected, right? Yeah. So yeah, uh, yeah, that's was basically the whole structure of the song. I will explain it later, like how do I achieve this, like I, while opening on FL Studio, and this is the moment where I want to talk about the line, right? Whatever I said about this line, right? So this is the best thing that I can that I can uh, that I can explain, right? So a plan is basically just yeah, a plan, right? Okay, what I want to make, right? So I guess I already have to make. I already know what to make. So I already planned a lot uh since the beginning. So a lot of the song structure, like I already know. Actually, like looking back on this song structure, right? I already designed this chorus. Like, oh, okay, I want the chorus to be this feeling, and then the key change to the original key of tides. I already designed that, by the way. And then so many places I think like the second chorus also I already designed that from the beginning, and then the second verse, and then I think this bridge is also already designed, already planned since the beginning. But again, uh, what the line changed from my plan, right? So there are a lot of changes on different chord, the chord progressions basically. Yeah, there are a lot of changes on the chords, which definitely affect the overall feeling. So let's say like the outro is supposed to be really happy, like, but since like 95% there and my visa got rejected, and then I just changed basically like a couple chords here and there, and then suddenly this brightness sounds really dim, and it's back to depression again. So yeah, this kind of stuff is just what I meant by the lines, right? So anything improv to is also considered as the line, right? So the pan flute solo, the solo piano, and then also the bass actually, because the bass moves a lot. So what is the line, right? So I this is the best thing I can explain it. So think of a song as like think of a songwriting as a concert, right? So instead of thinking, okay, I want to make this song and then done. So think of the songwriting as a concert. But instead of like 1 hour concert, it's like a couple months concert or maybe a couple years concert. So instead of thinking, okay, this is the song that I want to make, instead like, okay, this whole process is just a whole concert, right? So obviously, like during a concert, you will have a plan, right? You will have a plan. I want to play the song in this order. I want to sing it like this. I want to like have maybe like the guitar solo like that. But well, that's what you plan. But of course, like this, the environment during the concert will affect the concert itself, right? Even though planning is important, you still need a plan to for the concert, but improv is also important, right? So I think it's fine for like the projects to change a lot like during the process, which adds more personalities, right? Because if you are having a concert and then it just went perfectly smooth as you plan, then it feels robotic, right? It feels robotic, like it does not have really much human interaction in it. So yeah, I think that's the best I can explain it. So and yeah, I'm not sure if this makes sense, but yeah, hopefully it is. I don't know. Yeah, and that's basically about like the line, right? So okay, so let's start with the song analysis, I guess. And finally, we are opening FL Studio, and we are already like 2.5 hours. Nice. Okay, let me open FL Studio. So here, okay. So yeah, this is how the project looks like. So this is definitely even messy. Even it's not all. It's also not well organized, by the way. I mean, you can see like intro sax, intro, blah blah blah, blah, and then first one, and then suddenly it's just bass two, bass three, bass four. Like yeah, I already gave up with like the about like the tidying up the project. But yeah, again, this is during rough time and stuff. So yeah, I mean it looks completely different than I usually made. Like usually it's just one track and then with everything. So it is definitely involved a lot more stuff. I mean I mean there's a reason like they gave us like oh, like hundreds of tracks. But yeah, I mean even just using like I don't know like maybe 5 or 6 tracks, 10 tracks, it already sounds more involved, right? So okay, let's start from the intro, right? Mm. If you listen to this closely, again the saxophone is on the right panning and then the piano is on the left panning. So yeah, that's straight up the first thing that I learned because the frequencies already collide. Like this is the saxophone, right? This is the saxophone. So it's on like C5, and then for the piano, again on the C5 is filled with so many stuff. Yeah, if you listen just from the piano, I mean it does not sound good. Compared to like the thing that I usually write, it sounds flat. But again, I need it because like yeah, for the whole mixing mastering thing. So yeah, even though it sounds sucks, but again, it sounds better at least after if we combine it with the saxophone. Okay, so now let's look at this master volume, right? Again, I don't think this is a good solution, but at least for this origin moment, it works. So if you look at this, it starts loud and then it gradually decrease. The volume gradually decrease, and The reason why I gradually decrease the volume is to make this part louder, because again, the difference between this part, basically like the intro and then like the first intro and then the second intro, like, it's really small. Okay, the difference of volume is really small here. It's barely noticeable. So if I just make it straight, and then so this part will sounds quieter. But since I decrease it gradually, so this part now sounds louder. But since it's like the decrement is gradual, you don't really notice it, I guess. I mean, at least my ears cannot notice it if the volume actually reduces a lot. I don't think people can notice this gradual decrease of volume. And then again, you can listen when when the snare hits, it sounds sorry, when the cymbals hits, it sounds very loud, right? Yeah. Again, if you check on this, and also, this is one tips that I got from, I think it's from probably Welcome to the Jungle or other songs in the Radio X. And if you just increase the volume of the cymbals, then it does not sound louder. If you want to make the cymbals sounds louder, you add the kick. And I don't I'm not a drummer, so I don't really understand. I don't really understand about drumming. But yeah, when I try to increase the volume of this cymbal, it does not really get louder. I guess like if you smash all of your energy to the cymbals, again, it does not sound really energetic. It just sounds like a crash. But if you combine it with the kick, it sounds very loud. Yeah. So that's just the first thing I noticed from listening to many rock songs. Well, 14 rock songs from Radio X, and I immediately applied it, and it immediately improved the drums. So yeah, this is like if you are not a drummer, you are confused on how to write a drum. This is like one of the first tips that I got basically from listening to many songs. Yeah, and then this is the pan flute solo, I guess. Yeah, let's listen to the pan flute solo. Ooh. Yeah, I really love the pan flute solo. I mean, it's really simple here, but later, like later in the pan flute solo, it's also really it is really cool. It's just chill, but you can see like I'm starting to experiment with texture here. Yeah, we talked a lot about texture like a couple streams ago. Yeah, so this is textures like so I can hold it completely, but it sounds robotic. So yeah, stuff like this, and also the velocity and the duration makes it sounds like it has a lot of textures. Like yeah, like these small jumps. Like just notice these small jumps. Yeah, yeah, it's really nice. And then the piano, and again, if you notice, it's basically missing, right? Here is something missing here. And yes, I delete this literally because yeah, the mixing issues. Yeah, this was supposed to be there was supposed to be something else. I will show you later, like from the older version. And again, if you notice here, like it's completely empty here. And yeah, I think this want to highlight the bass. So if you just listen to the piano, it feels awkward. Yeah, and the reason is because I'm highlighting other parts. So let's see, maybe the bass, right? So maybe the bass. Let's look at the bass. It's just simple, and then this is just like a simple rhythm, right? Yeah, I mean it's just simple rhythm. It's not really good, whereas I don't think this is like good bass writing. Later in the song, the bass goes better, but yeah. Mm. Yeah, and then the strings is just chords, nothing special there. Mm. Okay, so that's the intro, and then we enter the first. Yeah, I really love this part. I really love this. So I guess like yeah, during this part, like so it groups like to into three. It's not it's not a polymeter. So it just group differently. So it's grouped into three parts, and then the drum also follows the piano. So it feels like a polyrhythm, but it's actually not. Yeah, you can count this like if you count it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Yeah, but if you count it with like the piano, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's something like that, right? So it's group three by three here. Yeah, and it sounds really cool. And again, the drum I think follows the piano too. Yeah, I really love the drums. Yeah, I think I did a really good job on the drums. I'm not sure why, but yeah. Uh, when I was starting this project, I have basically zero knowledge on how to write the part for drums, but it ended up really good. I'm not sure, like for this whole project, the part that I really love the most is the drum. Yeah, I'm not sure why. It just sounds very alive. I don't know. Maybe it's inspired by some of the Radio X stuff, but yeah, it sounds nice. Yeah, the piano is really wild, to be honest. I'm pretty sure these four notes, these four arpeggios, this definitely inspired by some songs that I completely forgot. But this definitely exists in other songs, but I don't remember. Yeah, and also the again like this whole part, like these two bars, feels like something that already exists. It sounds cool, but yeah, I think it's already exists somewhere. Yeah, these two part like 13 through and 14 is the part that I hate the most because it sounds very messy. Yeah, I'm not sure why. Like usually the strings does not affect that much, but the strings it seems like the strings collide with the piano a lot, and I'm not really sure why. Yeah, I mean it sounds bad, but in the overall context, it's tolerable, I guess. Because again, if I make this sounds bad, then the later parts will sounds better, right? So I mean, it's fine. It does not have to be perfect now. I can perfect it like 3 years later, maybe. Oh, and also I think I need to mention this a lot. The bass. So the bass jumps around like I mean, if you listen to a lot of like a lot of rock songs, you cannot you can barely hear the bass, right? It basically the bass is like non-existent. Uh, and the bass here actually is inspired by Wintergatan. Yeah, I mean, you already know how much I love Wintergatan. I mean, my music box is literally from Wintergatan. Uh, yeah, this bass is inspired by Wintergatan. So I was listening again to the Marble Machine. Yeah, I mean, of course, everyone know the Marble Machine. Like, it's one of the viral videos back then. Like, has like hundreds millions of views. And yeah, I was intrigued with the bass line on the Marble Machine because I used to I guess I was too focused on the marbles because I mean it's amazing, right? But uh, after listening it for like again probably after 1,000 times of listening it to it, um, I just realized how insane the bass sounds like. Yeah, I just realized like, oh my god, the bass sounds really alive, and there are a lot of octave jumps, and yeah, basically I try to mimic that. So yeah, it inspires. I get a lot of inspiration for the bass from Wintergatan. Yeah, so I mean, if you listen to it by itself, it does not really sound really good, but yeah, I mean, in combination with others, it sounds okay, I guess. Again, like it does not it does not make sense, right? But yeah, I mean, if you listen to the like the Winter Cat and Marble Machine, if you just isolate the bass, it does not make sense either. So yeah, I'm not sure by the. Well, I guess this is why like uh, bass has like several functions, right? So not only it's just for the lower frequencies, and then it also supports the whole song, and then also it's like the rhythmic section of the song too, right? So basically, even though the drums looks basic, yeah, the drums look basic. It's just like where is the drums? Uh, I think we have not got to that part. Yeah, I mean it's just yeah, it's basic, right? The drums sounds basic. So how do we add like more uh I guess more complex rhythm is through the bass basically. Because if you jam back everything to the drum, it will sound messy. So yeah. I mean there will be some parts where you need to do that, but definitely on not on this case. Okay, I can explain some part for the drums here. So again, if you keep just repeating and like copy and paste the drums over and over again, it sounds boring. Like it sounds basic. It sounds like generic pop song. And obviously, I don't want it to look like that. But at the same time, if it's like too involved, like it's too over, then first I don't really know how to write the drums, and second it will sound annoying because it's like overachieving. Like it tries to be it tries to look like more important than the others. So yeah, it will looks annoying. So one trick that I learned like after listening to many rock songs again. So again, wait, what's in it? Okay, so this is the chorus, like yeah. So the first tips that I got is like basically you can keep changing for each two bars. You can keep changing for each two bars. Just make like a small change, and it will sound a lot more realistic, I guess. Yeah. And the first time I noticed this is through listening to 8-bit drummers, by the way. Yeah. You know 8-bit drummers, like the channel where he's Jared. His name is Jared. Like, yeah. Jared streams him like playing making drum covers. So yeah, I was noticing that he kept changing like every single two bits. It's just a small change, maybe like okay, this is like the these symbols, and then that's the symbol, and maybe I hit the symbols differently. It's just small changes to make it like sounds like not copy and pasted, right? Because again, if you're human, probably you are not copy and pasting, right? I already talked about this a lot. Yeah. So this symbol is just the same, right? But this is open and this is closed, and it already sounds different. Yeah, even you can give like more room to breathe. Like here is they're basically it's just drums and snares, like. But yeah, it's fine. I mean, as long as it's different, right? And it flows better with the song. Why not? Yeah, so you can see like here I change like every four instead of every two. Yeah, I mean it's simple. I mean if you listen to it, it sounds normal. But again, if you just copy and paste, it does not sound actually it does not sound normal if you just copy and paste. So yeah, that's when it sounds normal because I try to make it realistic. I mean, I'm not sure if this is like the proper way, but at least that is what I got. So yeah, and if you listen to it, so basically, yeah, it sounds nice. Yeah, it sounds nice. I mean, to be honest, the saxophones took a lot of time to work, but yeah, I don't think the saxophone is interesting. So yeah, I won't show like the saxophones that much. So yeah, and then the piano, I think the piano is just yeah. I mean, the piano is a bit controversial, I think. So when writing the piano, basically what I try to do is to make the whole thing sounds like a solo, which is why it sounds very messy. It sounds very beautiful, but if you combine it with the others, it sounds really messy. And actually, there is a reason for that. There was a reason for that, at least. But yeah, I now I can understand why no one did that because it will ruin everything on the mixing process. But yeah, at least the feels stays right. So yeah, there are a lot of feels during with the right hand. And again, since the melody is like on the mid lower range, so I can go absolutely ham on the right on the higher frequency. So yeah, it does not really matter what I play on the higher frequencies. Yeah, and again, if you see, uh, I think I mentioned a lot how repetition bores me, but I do remember that repetition is important. So yeah, don't worry. It's not like I'm completely changing everything. So you can see like this thing. This feels like a repetition, right? This is a repetition, right? You can see oops, sorry. Like this group of chords, and then this group of chords, and then this group of. It looks like a repetition, right? And again, it feels different if you play it differently. Like if you add phrasing to this, it will sound really great. So you can absolutely tell a story with this. But since this is just like a backing sound, so I don't really care about it. So yeah, I mean it has like different volume. Like this is like kind of normal, and then this is louder, and then this is also louder, and then yeah, I can adjust that, so like make small changes to make it sounds more alive. But yeah, uh, the repetition definitely works, right? Even though like it shapes differently, but yeah, the concepts keeps going. Like even though there is a repetition, it's not copy and paste. It's like the repetition of concept, not the copy and paste. Oh, and also the RPG also, right? Like uh, this is and again I think I talk a lot about this. Like so this is like the chord are more spread out, and then in this one you can see like it's not spread out. It's just directly playing a note. But yeah, it sounds. I mentioned this before. It sounds more strong. Like it sounds stronger. Just listen to this chord, right? Mm. Yeah, this chord supposed to have the same loudness as this one, but why this sounds, yeah, and again it's supposed to have the same loudness with this one, but why this stands out more than others, right? Yeah, again that's just how human works. Mm. Okay, so we are entering the next part, which is the pan flute solo. Okay, I love the pan flute solo. I always love the pan flute solo. So let's listen to the pan flute solo itself. I forgot where the inspiration came from. I think, to be honest, this sounds really. This really sounds like Little Buster. I'm not sure why. Yeah, it's just simple, but it's effective, right? And then the piano. Oh, since like the flute is simple, just ignore the guitar. I don't want to show the guitar because it's bad. I will show the bass later. And the drum, I think, is just simple because I want to highlight the pan flute solo, right? Yeah, it's just yeah, it's simple. Yeah, it's simple. The drum is normal, I guess. So and now the piano sounds really. There was supposed to be something here, but I deleted it because again it's too noisy. Uh, yeah, I love the piano here. Is it? It sounds. I'm not sure why. Even though like you can clearly tell that the the solo is a pan flute, but yeah, the piano is it feels like its own solo, but yeah, it does not cover up the pan flute, which is nice. And actually, I was wondering how much of you are perfect pitch. Because if you are a perfect pitch, then you can absolutely recognize there's something wrong with this. So again, make sure you notice this part. I think this part. Yeah. So this part is a couple cents higher. So if you look at the I guess the which is it? The fine pitch, right? Yeah. This is the pitch. This is the pitch, right? So if you look at this closely, I raised the pitch of this couple notes bit higher. So this is out of tune, by the way. This is out of tune. If you want to listen it to the in tune one, this is the in tune. Personally, I'm not sure why this sounds worse than the out of tune one. Again, this is the out of tune. I may be biased, but I mean, we can listen to the whole thing and then let's make it in tune. Like it sounds basic. I'm not sure why. It just sounds flat, right? When I make this out of tune, it's more chaotic. Yeah, I'm not sure why. It sounds more chaotic. It also sounds more bright, which is weird. Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess because it stands out, so it feels brighter. Again, I'm not really sure, but yeah. Actually, there's a funny story about this. I accidentally increased the pitch. So it initially this is not intentional. So initially the whole thing is increased by a bit. So I was wondering why the piano sounds really out of tune, right? So I tried to investigate a lot, and I'm not sure when, but yeah, again, I raised the whole thing, the pitch for the whole thing by a bit, and the funny thing is it does not sound really bad, but still it sounds off when you come back to the next part. So I make it in tune, but again it sounds boring. Suddenly, wait, I prefer the out of tune one. So I decided that this part is should stands out the most, and the reason is because the flute actually went down, so the flute is sounds very quiet here. Yeah. So surprisingly, this part feels like both piano solo and pan flute solo at the same time. And for some reason, like it does not cover each other, like it complements each other, which is well, technically it's not a solo, like it's a duet, right? They're good. And then I think the bass, there's nothing cool with the bass. I think. Yeah, you can see like there are a lot of octave jumps, right? And again, that was inspired by Winter Katan. So now let's enter the second verse, right? So again, I already planned the second verse. Like I want the drum to sound like this. I already have this in mind, like back in like 2 months ago, and this is again part of the planning instead of just relying to the line, right? But again, I think during this part, like there was a problem with in real life, so and that's why the chord sounds a lot darker. Like what on earth is this chord like? So let's investigate. Yeah, if you look at this, like this yeah this is already collide with each other, and then this is also really close. Yeah. I mean, it sounds minor. Probably it's like minor with. Uh, I'm not sure what chord it is. Okay, I mean this one is more clear. Like this is clearly F minor with some, maybe like some upper extension. Oh, I love this part really. I really love this part. I'm not sure why. And again, this is like one of those cases where it's actually not. Again, it's not a polyrhythm. It's just like a weird grouping, weird subdivision, right? Well, it's not subdivision. It's just weird grouping. Yeah. When I was planning this, I don't have any clue with like this kind of movements. But again, because of the life I was working on at that time, and it somehow it produced this sound. And immediately, I was thinking of Kagami no Panda. For some weird reason, I was thinking about Kagami no Panda. So if you listen to this part closely, this is my favorite line in Kagami no Panda. This is the Iie na iruru no shitade. Yeah, this is Kagami no Panda, by the way. Yeah, try to listen to it closely. This, yeah, I'm not sure why, but it sounds really nice. Yeah, and again, if you the since the grouping here is weird, it sounds really chaotic, even though it's basic. Yeah, like the grouping is really weird here, and even worse in a good way. The drum also weird. Or I think the drum is normal, and then that's the reason why it sounds very chaotic because the drum and the piano, like it's in on a different grouping, and then you still try to listen to the melody, and then suddenly the piano plays Kagami no Banda. So and then why that's why like this part is really confusing, but in a good way again. So let's play this part. So I think it's where is it? I think this part, right? Yeah, this part is really I'm not sure why, but I really love that part. Yeah, and this is basically the transition, I guess. This is the transition from like the happy part to like the depressed part, I guess. So during this time, my life is getting worse. I think also it was really tough for Pan to back then. Yeah. Um, so I'm not sure why, but I decided to increase the saxophone by one octave, and it sounds like it's screaming. So it sounds like it's like in denial, right? So yeah, it's like it sounds like screaming. If you listen to the saxophone, it's basically just everything but raised up to one octave. Obviously, I did some funny tricks with the phrasing, but yeah, uh, yeah, I just decided to increase it by one octave, and it sounds really dramatic. This part is actually my most favorite part, like from the whole song. Yeah, this is my favorite part. And I'm not sure why. Again, I just went full on ham with like everything here, like the drum and then the piano, like the piano with the weird arpeggio too, like. And I think the piano is like, oh, I think this one I play with the panning. I think, yeah. Let's see the panning. Yeah. Again, this is like those weird party trick when it the sound moves from the left to the left ear to right ear, right? And then this is a counter melody, and then this is like basically just copy and paste it. Yeah, this is my favorite part. Yeah, it's hard to explain because this is just impromptu, I guess. Like again, this is the reason why like I love like writing like whatever I want to write at that time. Again, there was supposed to be some part here, but I deleted it. I really love this part too. I mean, it's just cool. I'm not sure. I don't know. I cannot explain it further. Again, I tried it just like a piano solo. So it sounds cool. The weird arpeggio sounds cool. Yeah. Where is it again? Yeah, this one. Where is it again? The really fast hit on the cymbals. Ah, yeah, this part. This is a triplet, and again, it sounds really cool. Yeah, and again, you can see the same trick. Basically, every single two bars are different. The style of the drum, and then change, and then change again, and then change again. Yeah, yeah, I really love this part. It really sounds like screaming. So, to be honest, I know I know the artwork is just static, right? It's just fun looking at that way, and then the waves, and then it's just fun. Yeah, it's just fun standing in the uh, on the beach, right? So actually, if there's an MV for this, then yeah, definitely this part is like I guess you can imagine if like uh I guess it's like more defeated, like you guys can imagine like if you're like yeah you are like you're not standing like not what is it called like uh yeah basically like if you I don't know how to explain this in English. Yeah, but yeah basically it's like you're screaming and probably you're well more inside the waters or something. I'm not sure. Yeah, so this part is definitely it feels like a scream, right? Yeah, so and that's why like actually this the the arrangement is way too dark for the song, to be honest. And again, yeah, that it is what it is. That is it's just what's nice about this is just this whole thing is just a reminder for us how tough that month is. To be honest, not just for Pan and me, it's just for everyone too, right? June is like a lot of stuff happening for every one of us. So it's nice to be able to capture everything inside the music. So yeah, and the fact that the fact that the world is very messed up and we still try to fight our best, and yeah, this is basically what it represents, right? So the world is very messy and we still try to fight our best, yeah, to support them. Okay, so the next part is the pan flute solo, the real pan flute solo. So before that is just like the pan flute, right? But this one is just dedicated. Everyone is focusing on the pan flute solo, right? And again, I want to make this sounds as bright as I can be. So one thing that I realized back then is that, oh, I can just go to E flat major for absolutely no reason. Yeah, it's just suddenly on E flat, right? So I mean, it's a perfect fifth, so why not? And it's appropriate for this context because it's fun, right? It's fun. And again, as I said before, like uh, fun gives us brightness throughout our life. And yeah, I want to make this part really bright, and everyone is focusing on the pan flute solo and technically and the bass. So the only thing that you can focus in basically like in left speaker is the bass, and then in the right speakers is the pan flute. So actually you can see like the I changed the panning to the right. Yeah, initially it's on to the left and then I changed it to the right. So yeah, bass on the left and pan flute on the right, and then everything else is just this is just holding a chord, and then this is just yeah, this is just the drum, and the drum is very basic. And I made this copy and pasted so everyone can focus on the pan flute solo. And again, this is kind of inspired by, well, I mean, there are solo parts in metal, in rock or metal too, and in jazz too, by the way. So yeah, in jazz, basically, you have like turn by turn for each instrument to have their own solo. And we are back at A flat minor. So A flat major, minor, A flat major, F minor, F minor, F flat major. Yeah. So suddenly we are back in. So this part is everything is in E flat. Yeah, and you guys can see like I play around with the textures a lot here, and because it's a solo, right? So yeah, uh, even like these small jumps makes a lot of difference. It sounds a lot alive, right? Yeah, I really love this part. So again, this is just for variation of textures, like, but yeah, it makes the whole difference. And also the velocity, if you can see, like, this is increasing and then decreasing and then increasing and decreasing, but here is decreasing, like, so well, if you're just copy and paste, probably just okay, increasing, yeah, it is normal, or increasing decreasing increasing decreasing, it's normal. But yeah, because this part is decreasing, even though like the notes are moving upwards, but the volume moving downwards. So again, it creates like a different textures, different phrasing, basically. Yeah. This part has a different role compared to this one. Yeah, it's like smoother, I guess. And again, this is just a triplet, by the way. Yeah. and this is back to F minor. I forgot what's the chord here. So this is just D flat. Yeah, this is a D flat. But what's nice about well, I guess the bass is D flat, but the chord is not D flat. I think this is just A flat major. I think, but again, since the relation between A flat and E flat is just perfect fifth, so it's easy to transition. Yeah, I'm not sure why, but again, this feels like beach. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's kind of inspired by the Tides Bossa Nova. Yeah, it feels like sunset, right? I'm not sure why. Like it's orange. I know that the artwork is blue, but it feels orange here. I think there are supposed to be a higher notes here, but again, it covers up other parts, so yeah, I deleted it. And then again, this part is still in E flat major. So how do I transition from E flat major back to A flat, right? So it's through these three chords basically. Yeah, I mean, it's there. There are many different ways to transition between perfect fifths. So yeah, it's not really. And as long as everything is moving downwards, again, think of uh, horizontal composition. So everything moves horizontally, and since E flat is a lot brighter than A flat, so I want everything to move downwards to lead it down to back to F minor basically, and that's why like it's everything moves downward. So yeah, and it's just it's not that hard actually. So yeah, don't think too much of like, oh, what's chord is this? How do I? Yeah. Just think of the horizontal composition. It's like one of the best tips ever, to be honest, in like composition. Yeah, and suddenly we are back in F minor, and again, F minor is basically just the relative minor of A flat major, the A flat major, and we are back on the bridge. I think right. This is the bridge. It is intentional here for the piano to be louder, and the reason is because yeah, it is the transition towards the piano solo, right? So and yeah, uh, if you notice, I mean, this is basically tights, but the chorus is played here. This is just the chorus, right? So again, let's play the piano only. Yeah, I think there's something cool with the panning. Okay, so again, everything here is on the left panning, and then here is on the right panning, right? And the reason why is because during the solo, I want to put the piano on the right panning. So yeah, again to highlight, so it's not too colliding with other instrument. So this is basically the transition. And if you notice, this part. This is actually Dream of Spring. This part is taken from the song that I made for Haru, like. And now I remember what line is this from. It's from Mitsukiyo. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, most of the parts that I hear is definitely inspired from the musician that I listen the most. I mean, it's Mitsuki is definitely up there because I listen to Mitsuki's album for like again probably close to 10,000 times. Uh, and yeah, this is inspired from Mitsuki's from the Wonderland album something. I mean, it's just couple notes. It's basic, but yeah, whenever I think of this or Dream of String, it's definitely inspired by Mitsuki. Yeah. So if you're playing this on the piano, so basically your right hand is playing what is it called? The chorus of tides, and then this is just like the arpeggio for the chords, and then this is actually the left hand. So yeah, you're playing the chorus of Dream of Spring using your left hand, where your right hand is playing tides, and then the saxophone is other part of tides, and again. The cool part is you might know you might not even notice that this part is here, but yeah, it's good that you cannot notice that because well, if you can notice that, that means it's not really well mixed. Yeah. Yeah, so even though I can explain it here, oh, this part is, and then this part, and then this part, but still, if you combine it to one, then it better sounds like one song, right? Instead of like three parts different at the same time. Yeah, yeah. I think the bass. Oh, okay. This part is funny. Uh, So if you notice, I almost never hold any notes, like several notes at once using bass. Because for some dumb reasons, I thought it is impossible to play it on a bass. But then I watched Charles Bertut, one of the bassist YouTuber that I follow for years. And there was some part where he played like again like hold notes for several hold notes at once. And yeah, I just realized you have several strings on a bass. You can do that. Like I thought it's impossible to have like several notes at once, but you have four strings. Of course, you can produce four sounds at once, right? So yeah, turns out it is possible. So yeah, I'm not sure why I just realized it this part. So and it makes more sense here if you hold everything instead of like just singular notes everywhere. Yeah. And again, this part, since it's very chaotic, like the saxophone is playing the tides and then the piano right hand is playing tides, but different version, the different parts, and then the left hand is playing Dream of Spring. So the compromise is, well, the drum and the bass has to be simple. If the drum and the bass is just also going hammer on, then it's very chaotic. Well, if that's what you want, then it's fine. But I want to highlight the tides too, and then I want to highlight that part, this part. So yeah, I have to make this simple. But again, simple does not mean bad. Simple means powerful, right? So the bass is actually just just simple octave and simple arpeggios, but it is very powerful. Yeah, it's like building like it's like increasing the tension, right? And then this is the drop, basically. And even the drum is also just and then this is the solo, the piano solo, and again the piano is just copy and paste. Sorry, the drum is just copy and paste because I want to highlight the piano solo, and then I think when during the piano solo there is also the bass. So it's kind of the similar format with the pan flute solo. Yeah, it feels very lonely. I'm not sure why. This part. even though like I did so much with the piano, which is yeah, to be honest, like for nowadays it's pretty normal for me to write like a piano solo like this. But even though this feels like you're alone, but you're trying a lot. Yeah, it felt like that. Yeah. And talking about phrasing, you can see about actually like the phrasing, like this whole thing is just basically questioning questioning everything. Like, yeah, you can see like if you're crying alone in a room, then you're basically just questioning why did this happen to me. It's basically like that. This part is basically why everything happened to me. Why this X thing happened to me. Yeah, like this note feels like a question mark. Again, I don't know how to explain this, but phrasing wise, it feels like a question, and this note feels like a question mark. And then like yeah, why this happens to me even though I'm trying my best? I don't know how to explain this, but again, this feels like telling a whole story just from the piano solo itself. And then this is like feels like I don't accept this. Like why this happens to me? I tried my best, but everything is messed up, and yeah, I don't agree. I don't want to accept this. Yeah, and during this part, it's a lot brighter. Like so, yeah, it feels like yeah, I don't want to accept this. So again, I'm trying my best. Basically, there is one note. This note is really high. At this point, it's just a sound effect. To be honest, try to focus on this note. Yeah. Yeah, let's try to listen the piano itself, I guess. All right, I forgot. I cannot do that because the the I play around with the tempo, right? This part. Ah, well, I guess we cannot play the piano itself. I don't know. Well, oh, I think we can. Wait. So the piano solo is here. Okay. Yeah, and if you ask why the piano sounds like really broken, and the reason is that's intentional. It's the overdrive. Yeah, this is an overdrive piano, not a grand piano. This is an overdrive piano. So yeah, and I get again. I think the bass is inspired a lot from Wintergatan. Yeah, I think this straight up taken from the Marble Machine. And then the resting period, and then I guess this is like acceptance. Yeah, so yeah, this is cooling down a lot. And actually, the grand piano comes back right here, and then the bell effect with the delay. Okay, this is what I mentioned earlier. So I reduced the volume a lot this part, just to make like this the final chorus sounds insanely loud, because that's what I want. This is like denial of everything. Basically, I don't agree with everything. So again, I want to keep running to chase the light, or facing the future or something. So yeah, I want to make this very loud, and I want to highlight again the key changes from A flat to D flat. Basically, this the right part is the original keys for tides, and then this part is like the A flat, yeah, the Utopia no Gagami thing. Yeah, it sounds insanely loud, right? Even though, again, if I don't reduce this, then this part won't sound really loud. And again, the break here also helps, and yeah, it helps a lot. There are a lot of tricks that I applied here just to make this part insanely loud. And also, how do I transition from A flat to E flat? Right. So this is perfect fourth. So again, it's not really hard to transition. So basically, uh, this is the chorus, right? This is the chorus. So the chorus should be na na ni na 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 ni. Yeah, it's something like that. Right? So, but these two notes, so na na, yeah, these two notes is basically in the original key of dice. So in D flat, this is like this is like the fifth chord, and then this is the sixth chord. So yeah, it's like na na ni, and you're already at basically already at D flat. So yeah, it's that easy. It's that easy. Yeah, that's how you transition from like uh yeah to from this part to the next part, like from the A flat to E flat, and from the A flat to D flat. Okay, so I want to explain about this part more. So again, I think Risu commented on the song, and or commented on the video, and I think Risu mentioned that this is a polyrhythm. Again, this is actually not a polyrhythm. I think the correct term is polymeter. Wait, that might be wrong, but I think the correct term might be polymeters, because again, like it's just uh, these are playing in a different subdivision compared to the song. So well, technically it's not a polyrhythm, and the reason why uh, this feels like a polyrhythm, because the BPM is changing. Yeah, the BPM is changing. So because you can imagine, like, if this is a concert, so the cue is basically the drums, right? Yeah. So this is the start of the real BPM, I guess. Yeah. This is the real BPM. Yeah, you can see even the BPM changes. And again, talking about tension, this is basically just all out tension, and that's the reason why it sounds chaos. Even though if you look at the volume, it's actually decreasing. Yeah, but because it's full on chaos, so it feels loud. Because I want to keep it so for later parts, and that's why I need to decrease the volume here. And I think again, this arpeggio or this scales, yeah, these scales, I think it used like different panning to write. Oh no, it's not. Oh, okay, it's actually not. Okay, there might be a reason. Maybe like it's already too full on the right. Maybe. Oh my god, I really love the piano. Yeah, you can see like this is a call and response. Like again, talking about phrasing, this feels like a call and response. Okay. Yeah. So this is just okay. This is just scales, but again, call and response, whatever. But composition wise, so not phrasing wise. So composition wise, I really love this part, and the reason is because if you listen to this part, so the chord is actually playing the correct chord, I guess, the quote unquote the correct chord. But the right hand is actually playing in E flat major. So the right hand and the left hand is playing on the different key. So the left hand is playing on the D flat, and then right hand is playing on the E flat. And this is actually setting up for the final key changes to the E flat. So this is like hinting for the next key changes. And again, I got inspired from basically from the funny enough, inspired by the killing of the killing in the name, right? Oh, this whole thing. No, 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 this whole thing. Okay, this is on this thing is in E flat. Yeah, and then back to E flat again. The bass I think is pretty. Yeah, to be honest, I know that there are a lot of stuff, interesting stuff in the bass, but uh, yeah, I guess since Tides Bossa Nova, I mentioned a lot that I mentioned that in Tides Bossa Nova, I really love writing the bass, but I don't think there are much that big of an improvement between Tides Bossa Nova and this one for the bass. Yeah. Other than adding the Wintergatan flair to it. But I don't think there are much changes in terms of that. Well, I know that I have not explained Tides Bossa Nova on a stream, but yeah. That's why I don't think it's really special to be honest for the bass. It's just a nice supporting for everything because everything else is already too chaotic. Like if I done something weird with the bass, then it sounds off. Everything sounds off. Yeah. But for the next project, I think my bass skill is improving a lot. I think. So yeah, please keep in tune for the next project, I guess. Well, for the next project is for our anniversary, right? And again, this part I already planned it 2 months ago, I guess. I think I can say that this part is kind of inspired by Suisei's Kakero. And again, Kakero is basically about running, and it's really appropriate because this part is also about running. Oh, oops. And again, the two bars, different style within two bars. Yeah, it works, right? Like it's so simple. It's like it's just change every single two bars, and it sounds already amazing. You don't have to make like a fancy thing. You don't have to like put like weird subdivision or anything. You just play normally, but keep changing every two bars. Even though like every single two bars is basic, it already sounds interesting. Yeah, you don't have to do like much. So yeah, just maybe change a bit like maybe again like change maybe like the snares should be like you hit it like this and then or maybe like the next part you hit it louder or maybe like the cymbals is again like maybe the first part is open and then the second part is closed. So yeah, you can do anything. Just change small bit and yeah, it's already sounds better. And then again, this is like the I guess the echo. Yeah, this is like the echo from the saxophone, right? Oh, from this. Yeah, this is basically the chorus that's delayed for one bar. Like, Okay, this line. I know that this line is inspired by a song in Nostalgia. So Nostalgia is a rhythm game that I played, arcade rhythm game that I played. So it's basically a piano like arcade rhythm game. And yeah, I really love that game, and it has a lot of great songs, great music. Um, yeah, I know this is inspired by one of the songs, but I forgot which song is it. Yeah, because I remember because after I made this song, actually I went to the arcade to play Nostalgia, and then I was just like usual playing like random song whatever I want to play, and then so basically our hand needs to like mimic the piano that the notes are designed so our hand like mimics the piano that was played, and then this line comes up, and then I was like, wait, this is literally what I wrote. Also, that this line is inspired by this song. Okay, yeah. So yeah, it's kind of funny because literally like while playing nostalgia, my hand is literally moving like this. So yeah, it's just this is just uh again like a broken chord and then hit here and then downwards and then hit the chord the same chord but down and then up again. But since this is like again like in a different subdivision, so it sounds cool. Where is it again? So yeah, yeah, it is pretty cool. I loved it. I love it. And even though you cannot hear like each note, you can hear the shape, which is again that's I think personally that's a good sign because if you can hear individual notes, then it's not really phrased really well. Yeah, again like whenever you say something or whenever you're talking to someone. Probably you are listening to the whole phrase. Like you are not listening to each word one by one. You are listening to the whole phrase. So if the sound that you produce is like again like a whole phrase or a whole sentence, then it's good. You don't have to like, oh well, why do you even bother with that? Because like you cannot hear that note anyway. Yeah, that's not the point. Like, if you hear the notes, then again that means it's not phrased really well. And again, since like um the piano is really messy and then the drum is also messy, so the bass is really simple to keep it neutral. Yeah, and the reason why I can transition into E flat here, and because in the song, the song actually ends in the second note, right? So na ni na ni na ni na. So this note na is actually E flat. So because this is like the second note in D flat, so if you just use this as the I guess like the one note, then suddenly we are in E flat. Yeah, it's simple, right? And then I think I just threw a five there, so it works. So yeah, yeah, and also since it's already hinted before because we are moving to E flat. So which one is it? Like yeah, this one, right? Yeah, and we are finally reaching the outro, which is again the most controversial part. You can see like how bright this is like. So this is like running, and then this is like running, and finally you can see the light. Yeah, it sounds really bright. And funny enough, this is just a transpose from the earlier lines, right? So if you listen to the intro, oh, not the intro, this one, and then let's change it to here. it's the same note for the flute and also for the piano. But you can see like this is literally just copy and paste and then transpose everything. But why does it feel completely different? Like, and again, this proves my point that different key signatures will feels differently between each other. Like, so again, this is just transpose, completely transpose, and even then, like the flute is completely transposed, and then the string is also transposed, and then the piano is transposed. So from E flat to E flat. There are some differences between the piano, even though it sounds really similar. And again, the only thing that differs is the phrasing. Yeah, this is the same note. Yeah, this is the same note. But now I need to make it softer because again, uh, it's like the light, so it's not like happy or something. It's just finally we're reaching the light, and you can see this is actually not out of tune. This is not out of tune. So if we check at the pitch, see this is not out of tune. So I tried to make this out of tune, and it sounds weird. Okay, actually we can see like why this sounds off here, but it sounds fine earlier. So like it sounds weird here, but again, if I make it neutral, it sounds fine. So yeah, even though I said earlier that this is just a straight copy and paste, but still different key signatures will produce different feelings, and you can phrase things differently. And yeah, it leads to even more different feelings. So yeah, don't just my point is don't just transpose without context, right? So this is just a transpose, but it has a context. Yeah. So it's fine. If you have context, if you have a reason, that is fine. Okay, we are finally hitting the rock bottom here. Yeah, probably around this part. So I'm trying to copy and paste, right? I'm trying to copy and paste, and then I think like I tried to copy and paste, and I heard that okay, this sounds fine. So I stopped adjusting around and basically close the project and sleep uh, to work it on the next day, basically. And yeah, it's already quite late at that time. And I think like, okay, I have the proof of concept. I know that this song will end well. Yeah, because everything else is fine, and then this is basically just copy and paste and transpose, and it sounds fine. So I can just direct this to the ending, like so the outro, and then again I already know the outro is basically Little Buster, so I know the sounds like this, and then okay, everything seems fine, and then I close the project, I save the project, and then I slept, and then the next day, usually I just go work. Uh, I just go work in the office, and then I got back to home, and then I still remember I have another lesson to teach, like the freelance class in the evening, and yeah, during the even during the evening, I received that email where my visa got rejected, and I'm already very tired. And during that day, I'm still working on I'm still teaching, and I'm receiving the basically the visa rejection letter, right? So, and then I'm crying, basically, crying in the middle of the class. I'm trying not to sound like I cry. So, yeah, after like very painful holding the cry, and then I finally cry. And then again, I ran out in the server. I wish I didn't because it just made everyone sad. Uh, yeah, and then so it was tough. And of course, what I did is continue working on the project. Yeah. What I did is just continue working on the project. And so I started to work on the outro. And I already have this part. And listen to how this whole thing resolved. Okay. So again, this part is just a copy and paste. Let me go back to the this part, right? Yeah, this is the resolution after this basically this part is the tension, like, and then this is the resolution. That's how it's supposed to be, and then it continues with like the end, the little bastard ending, right? But now let's go back to this part. I mean, you can already see that this is not the same note. Yeah, this is not the same note. So what did I do after receiving the rejection letter? Oh my god, this chord sounds so nasty. Oh my god, I really love this chord. I still don't know why I put this. I just heard this in my head and I put it, and it sounds great. I'm not sure why. Like this chord does not. This chords again collide with everything, but it adds to the depth. And since this is already like very dark, so it went even more downhill at the end. What even is that? Like I think this is a C minor, right? This is a C minor. Yeah, this is a C minor with this is just C minor 7, I guess. So I add like this G is part of the C minor, and then so D in C minor is uh I'm not sure. Maybe I mean probably it's just at at 8 or something, and then this is why if this chord is even here? Why is this not even here? I don't really remember. I just heard the chords and I put it. And this is his so A flat, right? So I guess this is like the six, so 13. Like okay, so this is 13. Okay, so at least like C minor 13 at 8 or something. Yeah. Again, I don't really I don't really remember like chord notation, but yeah, it just suddenly it just turns completely upside down. This was supposed to be a happy ending, but this is just completely upside down. Just from these three chords. Just from just from this bar. Yeah. And the reason why it went that way is because of the visa rejection. Yeah. Because instead of instead of resting and then find another motivation to work and then finish the song, I just ended up continue the song and pour everything. And again, I already explained it. That's what I want with this song, and that's why it went really downhill here, which is I really love, by the way. I think if this song ends like Little Buster, it sounds very basic because now I really love the outro. The outro sounds really amazing, but yeah, it sounds very nasty but amazing. Yeah, even this one sounds very bright. Like it's like it tried to be bright, but everything else is just pure darkness. Yeah, this thing is just the same, but the whole chord is already completely different. And suddenly we are at a minor chord again. This is not supposed to be that way, but yeah, it's just whatever I feel that way that day. So yeah. Whew. Oh my god, this chord sounds so good, especially if it's like spread out, right? What chord is it? It is another C minor. So this is as part of the C minor. So this is C minor 7. So again, this is just C minor. I don't know, 9, maybe 9, and then the F is 11, right? Yeah, I guess this is just C minor 11, maybe. Well, but this one is still at this is just like I don't know, like E flat, normal E flat major. Yeah, but it sounds nice. And then the drums are like the drums are I think like the drum when something crazy there. Yeah, like this, yeah. This one. And again, if you want to make this louder, don't make this louder, just add the kick. And if you combine everything, oh oops. Yeah. And then also, okay, the basically this is the pan flute solo, right? And this is just the copy and paste from the before. Hmm. Yeah, even though it's a copy and paste, I add some stuff here again for texture purposes. So phrasing. This is the again the weird subdivision. I'm bringing the weird subdivision back here. No, sorry, not subdivision. That's just weird grouping. I also really love. I'm not sure why. Again, to be honest, I cannot really explain this part really well because uh, I wasn't really emotionally stable when I wrote this. So yeah, I, I guess it creates like so many weird magic stuff that I never wrote. Yeah, even like as simple as this like, the phrasing sounds insane. And then whatever this is, this is like I don't even remember what I wrote. This is actually the final notes of the Alice Magic in Little Buster. So this is actually straight up from Little Buster. But again, in Little Busters, you're supposed to end on a bright note. So it's supposed to be a happy ending. But yeah, I completely changed it to a nasty chord. Well, it's really not really nasty to be honest. But yeah. Uh, okay, so what chord this is, right? So I think it's actually not that difficult. I think this is just oh my god, it's already weird. um how do I break down this? So we are in E flat, right? We are in E flat. So this is A flat. So I guess this is like the fifth chord. Mm. Oh no, sorry, this is the fourth chord. Okay, so we are ending on the fourth chord. So this is A flat, and then yeah. So the A flats will be okay. So this note and then this note is the A flat. So this is the A flat, and then anything else is just upper extension. So I guess this is seven major seven. I think this is major seven, right? Maybe I'm not sure. And then oh my god, what is this? Na 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 na. So this is the na 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 da, da, dee, da, da, da. This is the six. Yeah, this is a six. So I guess 13. Yeah, 13. Yeah, if I remember it correctly, is something like closer to A flat major 15 or something. But again, yeah, that's basically just what is it called? I forgot. There should be a name for this. Uh, this is like a huge meme on the jazz community, like those like huge chord where you're just basically stacking bunch of thirds. But yeah, it's kind of similar to that, but with some changes. And the one thing that I learned the most is if you want to make a fancy chord, especially in this kind of setting, you can just spread out the chords in different instruments. Yeah. So this piano part is not really impressive. Like it's just a normal chord. Yeah, it's just a normal chord. Yeah, it's I mean it's already fun, but if you combine it with everything else, it sounds a lot more nasty, right? Yeah, and the reason is because the strings. So actually, the strings are playing like different chords. So this is just A flat, and then suddenly there's a D here, a G and D. So again, in A flat, so this is like na 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 da 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 na na na. I'm not sure. I guess okay. I don't think this is just A flat 15. I guess this is like oh my god, I'm not sure. Maybe like flat 11 or something. Yeah, this is just weird upper extension again. Like probably this is like the fanciest chord I've ever written. And again, it feels nasty. It feels disgusting, but that's what I want because that's how I felt at that time. Um, and even worse, in a good way, I think like the again, like many people say that my outro is sounds really good, and always it feels always satisfying the outro. And this is also even more controversial because uh, the melody for the outro is even more disconnected than everything else. I don't remember how do I get the inspiration from, but yeah, I mean to be honest, it sounds Japanese, right? I'm not sure why, but it sounds like traditional Japanese. Yeah, I'm not sure why. It sounds like some kind of traditional Japanese, and the bell makes it like even sounds like a Japanese temple or something. Again, I make me this might make no sense, but yeah. And I think the bass line is also weird. Like so, yeah. There's this D where the flat 13, which again appears on the string, but yeah, everything else is uh, it's just spread out. Like it's a basic. It's just a normal chords, but different instruments playing different upper extension and combined together, it sounds nasty. But again, that's what I want because yeah, I mean, jazz are nasty too, right? Yeah. Even at the end, on the piano, like this is playing like some chord again, right? Yeah. Again, this is just normal chord. 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 And the string is just normal chord, but combined together it's just one big uh okay, I think I remember. This might be incorrect, but I think Eric Whittaker will say that this is cluster chords. I think that the correct terminology is cluster chords actually. Maybe. I'm not sure. Yeah. Again, those are just names. But yeah. Um yeah, I think it is cluster chords. It kind of reminds me of like yeah, Eric Whittaker or something. Yeah. So yeah, this is basically the end of the song. Yeah, I think I already explained it as well as I can. I don't think I can explain it even further, like composition wise. And again, I this is probably like the hardest project I've ever made. So there are a lot of stuff where I don't really understand why I made it that way, but I know it's the correct decision. Yeah, I know that's what I want. So yeah, It's good. And yeah, uh, this stream is not over, by the way. I know it's already 4 hours, but the stream is not over, unfortunately. Because I want to show you something else. And we are talking a lot about mixing and mastering, like, so let's talk about mixing and mastering actually. So again, this is like the different instruments, and as you guys can see, this is like the effect that you can add. So again, this might be completely arbitrary. I don't even know if this is like proper or correct or anything. But again, this is like the solution that I came up with to solve the issue. By the way, so yeah, uh, I guess the first thing that I want to show is again the piano is an overdrive piano. So this is overdrive. Actually, this just make it louder. Yeah, this is just overdrive piano, so it sounds broken. So yeah, you can imagine like distortion is just another step after overdrive. At least that's what my friend told me. Yeah, and this is the piano, and then if you see, this is basically like the oh no, not the balance, the limiter. Like this is like the compression stuff. Well, there's another feature for compression, but this is also helps. So if let's move on to certain place. Yeah, as you guys can see, like if it's too loud, like it's beyond a certain, I guess like a certain threshold, then it will compress. Yeah, and this is the compression, right? Yeah, and then again you apply to basically every individual uh, instrument. Well, and again for the drum, I said earlier that I just compress it as together. It should be. It's better for its part of the drum, like the snares and the kick, to be compressed separately. But the way I at least I guess mitigate it is through multi-band compressor because you can like describe. Oh, okay, this range of frequency is the low band, and then this range of frequency is the mid, and then the high. So I can kind of use this. So the low band is like the kick, and then the mid band is like the snare. So yeah, I mean it's not the best, but at least it works for like for emergencies. Like so, yeah, it's okay. And then I think for the saxophone, it's just to keep the notes like longer. I just make it like really loud and then use the limiter. So yeah, yeah, you can see like this is like almost flat, right? Compared to like these ups and downs. So yeah, uh, it helps make the melody louder. I guess like it holds a lot because compared to singing, if you're singing, like you can hold a note easily, right? You can hold a note easily, like with a like quite stable volume. But uh, in an instrument, especially like a piano or something. Yeah, I mean, if it's a string and you want to keep a note, you can just keep holding it, right? You can just keep like, yeah, you can just keep playing the violin. But in piano, once you press a note, then it's over. You cannot do anything. Yeah, so there has to be a way. And then again, so in the piano, I think the limiter is basically that. Yeah, but you can see like the shape is closer to what I want earlier. Like so, it's like diagonals. It's not like those transient with like a steep uh downwards. Yeah, it looks like this like, but compared to the previous one, yeah, this is more like a diagonal slope. So yeah, it holds more. So yeah, that's again another effect for the limiter blah 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 clippers whatever it is. So yeah. And then I don't think I applied that much for the strings. Again, you don't really hurt it. I mean, the guitar, so you don't really hurt it, but I mean, it helps. Oh, also, I think the EQ for the piano. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's optimum, but yeah. Oh, I guess the bass. I want to show you the EQ for the bass. And again, I don't think this is optimal, but it used to be a lot lower to the left. Yeah, but yeah, I guess like a human cannot hear this part of frequencies that really well. So actually increasing moving this to the right. makes the bass sounds louder without like actually being loud. So I move this a lot to the right and decrease the volume of the bass, so I can use the volume for other parts. Yeah, that's what I did. And then yeah, and then finally there's the master. Probably this is why it's called mastering. Maybe I'm not sure. Uh, Actually, there is a visualizer, but I do not use this because I think it the animation kind of distracts from the beautiful artwork. So yeah, I don't want to do that. Yeah, and then finally, this is just put the final limiter. I don't think I can. Wait, can I show this? Is it possible? I'm not sure. Is it showing on the stream? Okay, it's not. Maybe. Okay, yeah. This is basically the final. Like this is the limiter for the master. So I want to keep to a certain level because if it passed that level, then it just ended up being compressed on YouTube and made everything worse. So this is like the final gate, I guess. Yeah, this is the final gate. Why this does not show anything? What? Okay, I think I broke it. I don't know. What? Oh, because it's in post? I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, this is basically like the final layer for the to make sure like everything will be compressed better at least. Yeah. Yeah, and then well, there are a lot of stuff that I fancy stuff that I do like changing the tempo. But yeah, I don't really change the tempo that much compared to like Mari's project because the Mari's project is more like a classical piano like so there are a lot of rubato, but here there are not a lot of rubato. So this is just a volume change and again reduce some part to increase some other part, and then this is just changing the master volume for yeah for basically the same purpose. Yeah, and I think that's it for the song analysis. So yeah, I guess we can go back to the PowerPoint and reach for the conclusion. I guess. So PowerPoint. Okay. Uh. Oh my God. So turns out it's not a 5 hour stream at least. Yeah. Because actually there is something important that I need to do tomorrow morning. So yeah, I'm glad that I can rest after this. So okay, I can answer this. Conclusion: is the stream actually 5 hours? Well, it's not. It's just 4 hours. Yeah. So I want to recap on something. So hopefully, again, this video can help you if you are learning about mixing and mastering. But yeah, or if you just want to learn more about music or learn more about like uh m- or me or about Panda. Yeah. So this is probably like the biggest tips. The biggest lesson that I learned here is start thinking about mixing and mastering from the beginning. So I don't think this is normal because I was talking to some people which actually know how to master, and all of them said you don't have to think about mastering because yeah, it's just like the final big picture or something. But again, uh, yeah. So at the same time, many different people too recommends to think about mixing before mastering, and then also many different other different people say that you need to think about the composition. You need to think about the mixing before the composition, right? So at that time, it's just like a long chain, like oh, you before you do this, you need to do that, and then you do this. Yeah, it's just like a long chain. And at the end, you need to think about everything from the beginning, right? Because at the same time, like probably whenever you want to start a project, you kind of have some kind of idea on how the song should sound like. So, well, this song is a bit different than I want, but still, yeah, there are some parts where I know what I'm looking for, and I know that when I look upload it on YouTube, it completely ruins everything. So, yeah, and again, turns out it's hard to mix, it's hard to master. So, Well, I think a good planning from the beginning is important, including the considering the mixing and mastering. Right? That's the first lesson that I learned, and then the second is about the again the optimization problem. So think of volume as a resource, and yeah, basically, I know this tips does not really make sense here because I try to do a lot of one big improvements. So this is actually relevant on the next project. So this is the tips that I got from the next project. Yeah. So instead of making one big improvement, do a lot of small improvements. Yeah. So just cut a bit of small things and then enhance a bit there, here and there. So yeah, just make a bunch of small improvements. And then probably the third thing that I learned, well, if the previous thing that I learned is um about EQ, this one is definitely about compression, right? Yeah. And I think yeah, I stole this from SF Twitter. Yeah, SF SF actually tweeted about this. So when SF tweeted about this, I'm glad. Yeah, I was glad because okay, turns out I think I'm in the right direction because I was thinking of I think the compression is not enough, but I don't know how to do it. But and then SF tweeted this, but again, this is after the project is finished. So yeah, compress more that mix next more compression, compress more. You are not doing enough compression. So yeah, I think if SF said that, then probably I'm in the right direction. Yeah, and yeah, I will keep pushing on how much I can compress and how it affects. Because I know this song is not optimized really well, as I mentioned before. This is not perfect song, so yeah, I definitely can fix it later, but later, as in 3 years later. So yeah, I guess this is really important. Yeah, and then again, I think the line that I kept talking about is important too. So because it creates a more dynamic songs. Uh, again, if that's what you want. If you don't want that, actually, like there are some songs where I don't really need this line. The first is well, for most of the music box cover that I made. I don't really need the line. Actually, like I wrote the songs in 3 hours anyway, so why do I even bother with the line, right? And then for the Poco BGM orchestral cover, I also don't care about the line. Okay, it sounds nice, it sounds good, it's chill. That's fine. That's it, right? You don't have to do anything. And it's normal. Why not? I don't say that it's bad. I really I said before like the Poco orchestral cover actually one of my favorite one of my most favorite song that I made, and it's ironic because I made it in like 6 hours, and then even for the next project, which I already finished by the way, for Aura's anniversary, I already finished the project. I literally can upload it like last week, but I need to wait until 19 August, right? Uh, yeah, I finished that project in 1 week. So in the scale of everything, it's actually it's really slow, but at the same time, it's also really fast because that project is yeah, somewhat difficult, I guess, in a different direction between compared to this project. But yeah, I'm really excited to share that because uh, I've been loving to listen to that song. I literally play the song every single night. So I play the song for whenever I want to go to sleep. I just think it's a really nice song. And again, I made that in 7 days, and I guess I also made that during like when my life is getting better. So basically this month, right? So yeah, my life is slightly better this like yeah, last week is slightly better. So and then I need to finish it completely. I need to finish it quickly too. So yeah. Yeah. And then this is the good old age question, like, is it better than Utopia no Kagami? And yes, my answer is yes. It is 100% better. Because the reason is simple. Because now I know how to improve Utopia no Kagami, and that itself it means I know better now compared to last year, and that's a good thing. Yeah, I don't care if I'm still a bad musician. I don't care if I'm not good at like music production, whatever it is. But still, the fact that I am now is better than last year is already excites me. And now the bar is even higher, so I don't really know what to do for next year. But yeah, I'm excited to keep working on my skill. So, but the crazy thing is, Utopia no Kagami is still insanely good. So actually, I listened to Utopia no Kagami like last a couple weeks ago, and without knowing about mixing and mastering and whatever it is, it's still good. I don't understand why. So yeah, I don't know. It's just pure sorcery. I wrote as pure sorcery. Like, so yeah, I still know how to improve it, but yeah, for some reason like it's already okay without like any knowledge on mixing or mastering. So which is weird. And this is like the screenshot for the projects. So for Utopia no Kagami, I made it in 37 hours. Again, this is just while I'm opening FL Studio, so without like the thinking outside, like yeah, without thinking in front of FL. Uh, so Utopia no Kagami took 37 hours, and the the sun and the waves took 86 hours. Oh my god! And like even if you're looking at the notes, and again, Utopia no Kagami is a 7 minute song, right? This is a 7 minute song with 3,000 notes. This is a 4 minute song with 7,000 notes, right? My God, I don't. Oh my God, like the scale between these two is completely different. I mean, I know that the difficulty is also different. Like this is more difficult in the like the interpretation stuff, like about the peaceful thing, and that I already explained. And this is more difficult. Well, this is also difficult in the interpretation, but I guess the feeling here is a lot more raw. Like it's just, oh, okay, I'm crying, I'm in denial, I'm in acceptance. It's just basic emotional. Yeah, like yeah, it's quite easy to express that kind of emotion compared to like peaceful. What the hell is peaceful, and how do you like express it as a music? Like yeah, so in that way, Utopia no Kagami is harder, but yeah, definitely for everything else, it's a lot harder in yeah in this song. And then I also mentioned when I shared this, so I want to make a karaoke version for this. So yeah, you can absolutely replace the saxophone with the vocal, but I need to redo basically almost. I need to redo the mixing again completely, uh, because after removing the saxophone part, now I have some workaround because now the mid range is basically free from one instrument, right? Because if you're singing, I guess like especially if you're singing like live on karaoke or like in a concert, well, there's no way you can mix it like live, like well, slightly maybe. I am not sure how it works in a concert, but still, yeah, probably you can lower everything else and keep the singer on top, right? So that's how I perceive it at least. And yeah, I think it will be a lot easier for me to make it. But again, I need to redo the whole thing basically. Yeah. And I'm genuinely interested in what happened if Pan sings the song because yeah, actually I intentionally made this in her vocal range. I know it's a bit lower, but tights is also a bit higher for her. I think, yeah, because the last part is really high. The notes is really high. Uh, but for me, this song is definitely too low for me. Yeah, it's too low for me. Tights is fine. Tights is a bit low for me, but uh, I can still sing tights. But this one, no, no, I cannot sing this one. I really wish that I genuinely think that this song is really good for concert, but I need a lot of improvement. So I actually think a lot about this. So yeah, I mean, it's everyone's dream to collab with your OC, right? But yeah, I need to fix my skill a lot, right? Uh, it's crazy how the more I learn about music, the the gap between between my music skill and Pan's music skill is just getting larger and larger. And I'm not sure if I know that Pan's is also improving, which is yeah. Uh, so if I want to reach that level, I need to work harder basically. Um, and yeah, I need to absorb every single skill that and opportunity that I can. So yeah, uh, I'm not sure, but probably let's say that like Utopia no Kagami is one big improvement, and then this song, the sun and the waves, is the second big improvements. I don't think probably I will need like 3 to 5 big improvements to at least to be confident. Yeah. Uh, yeah, it's that far. And again, like one project is basically like it like the improvements for like my first song to Utopia no Kagami is like huge. And then again, like between like after Utopia no Kagami to this is also very huge. So uh I yeah, this kind of scenario times three, then maybe I'm enough. But again, the more I understand about music, maybe like the gap increase even more because at this time, like it's just like a pitch black because I know like it's so high. Our music skill is like so high, but yeah, it's at that point where I don't really understand how high it is because it's too high for me. Yeah. So yeah, let's see. I guess. I mean, it's even more challenge, right? So yeah. Uh, I'm definitely so at least I'm definitely working faster, so I can take more project, so I can do a lot more cool stuff. The only thing that I don't have is time. Yeah, I'm working really hard because this is like my, I guess my third thing. Third, this is like my spare time because I use my main spare time to for the freelance class, and basically like my work and my freelance class already took like probably close to 70 hours per week, maybe 80 hours per week, and yeah, still finding times to make the song is difficult. Yeah, well, who knows? Let's see. Yeah, and then again, this is the list of skills that I unlocked from this project, and this is nice to keep track because again, I think self appreciation is really important. A lot of people often to emphasize on the fails and the negativity, but you need to realize your own improvements too if you want to improve. Yeah. If you keep looking at the negativity, then or where you fail, then you cannot improve really well. You need to look at both where you fail and where you success. Because if you want to keep being success, you need to keep track on which one is success or not, right? So yeah, this is definitely the skills that I unlock. So definitely mixing, mastering, and drums, especially drums. I'm not sure why the drums in this song is really good. I don't really know. So yeah, I'm quite confident in making like more complicated stuff, drum stuff, and then this is just from the last chord. How to break a fancy chord to several instruments, which is kind of dumb because it sounds simple, but again, uh, this will be very important in the next project. Like really, really important in the next project, which I already finished by the way. So yeah. Yeah, please look forward to the project. And then this is the next project, right? Oh, I forgot to edit this. This is not almost finished. This is finished. Yeah. So the next project is Aura's second anniversary. It is already finished. And again, I said that this is difficult in a completely different direction. And then for the Whispering 10th anniversary, again, I talk a lot about this series. This series is very important for me. Uh, and it should be a piano only medley of the soundtracks from Whispering 1, 2, 3, 4, and R. Yeah, so for sound medley of basically 5 generations of Whispering. Like, and for now, my plan is to have a medley of 20 something songs, probably 22 or 25 songs. And I already made five and a half. Yeah, I already made five and a half. And I already planned some parts here and there, but transitioning between songs in a medley to make it smoothly is really hard. I don't like when it just pause and then abruptly moves to the next song. It sounds dumb. I don't like that kind of medley. Uh, but yeah, I want it to be smooth. I want it to looks like a story. But there must be some compromise that I made. So I need to change the key. So the feeling completely changed. So I have to change the phrasing. So, yeah, it's a lot of work. So and I'm glad that the Auras project is finished like in 1 week because this thing is insanely difficult. Oh my God, like and yeah, and luckily, luckily this is piano only. And second, I don't do any kind of experiments here because I know it's already difficult. Like the experiment itself is the challenge to make a medley of 20 plus songs. That's the challenge, right? So I should not make any more experiments because it will be painful for me. So and if it's too painful, then what's the reason I made it, right? And then I also want to make a remaster version of Dream of String for Haru Stream. I already said this to Haru actually, but yeah, not only I don't really have the time, also Haru don't really have the time right now. Uh, well, I mean, Haru still streams occasionally, but uh not like a couple months ago, I guess. Uh, so I think I want to gather more skills first on mixing and mastering so I can properly mix and remaster this song. Yeah. So yeah, I promise that I will do the remastering, but yeah, maybe in 3 months, I guess I will try to work on this. And then this is also another project, personal project that I made for a promise with my friend. So yeah, uh, yeah, there are a lot of projects, and actually there are several more. I already have a project for Christmas. I think yeah, some kind of Christmas special that I know is already difficult, and then I also have some projects for like some different VTubers too. So actually, this second anniversary, this is like an emergency idea, by the way. So the idea is not supposed to be for Auras, by the way. Uh, yeah, it was supposed to be for Raki Kazuki actually. Yeah, I want to make something for her. And yeah, but I since this is an emergency because suddenly the Witch Spring 10th anniversary contest is open. So yeah, I need to dedicate a lot of my time here. So I have no time to think. So I just use the idea there for this case and again finish it in a week. And yeah, it's finished and I love it, of course. Yeah, if I don't love it, then why would I make it, right? Yeah, I think it's almost finished. Like I think yeah, this is like very okay. This is the last. This is the last slide. Yeah. So next stream, if I have the time, because again, like next month will be very busy, and the next month again is yeah even more chaotic. Yeah, the next 2 months will be chaotic, but yeah, the next stream probably is about Lights Bossa Nova and or Rabbit's Little Adventure or Little. I think this is called Little Rabbit Adventure, not Rabbit Little Adventure. Yeah, I forgot what's the title of the song. Yeah, and yeah, turns out Times Bossa Nova is a lot better than I thought. Well, still, it can be better, but yeah, it's better than I give it a credit for. And Little Rabbit's Adventure is a huge experimental on the texture. Actually, I learned a lot about the texture, and I applied it to this project to with the pan flute solo, right? But yeah, it definitely need a remastering. Yeah, it definitely need remastering because again, that is like the first full orchestra, and oh my god, it's just the mixing is all over the place because at that time I know nothing about like yeah remastering. Right? So yeah, this is basically my plan. Uh, and actually, I have a news too. I know that the slide is over, but yeah, I have a news. um, yeah. So well, so if you guys don't know, well, I already talked a lot about like my visa was rejected, right? So I reapplied. Everyone was recommending for me to like reapply because usually if you directly reapply, then you will immediately got rejected. Uh, but I don't really care. I know I'm wasting money, but I'm trying my best to meet my friends, yeah, the friend or us, on Expo. So yeah, I just do my best and I apply. And I mean, when the first time I applied, uh, after 2 weeks, they sent an email that my visa is rejected, and then they send my passport back to the agent, and then I can take the passport back. But this time is a bit concerning because they didn't send any email to me. Yeah, they didn't send any email to me, but the visa is now ready to take from the agent. Yeah, and that's actually the thing that I want to do the tomorrow morning. So yeah, I need to do it as quickly as possible. So yeah, I need to wake up early tomorrow to get the passport. To even know whether I got the visa or not. Because if the visa is rejected again, now I have no clue why it is rejected. Yeah, so that might be the final decision. Actually, yeah. Uh, Today is a bit weird for me. Like I almost, I basically passed out like because it was too. I got like panic attack. Of, because of the email from the agent for the passport, and yeah. But at the same time, I'm glad that it happens today and not tomorrow because or yesterday because yeah, again. So at least it kind of reminds me back of the feeling of this song because to be honest, like for the past week, I'm a bit too happy for this song. Yeah, I already said a lot like earlier that how nasty this song sounds like, how like I guess it kind of makes me want to vomit whenever I want to listen to this song because yes, how the amount of roller coaster like happening in this song is too much. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what the June like the last June feels like. So yeah, and recently, like the past week, I'm a bit too happy, which is a good thing, of course. And yeah, the project for Aura is finished. I'm even more happy, but I need to talk about this project. Like I need to stream this, and I have no clue on how to feel. But yeah, and then the news drop, and then yeah, basically I got panic attack again, and now I can kind of remember how I felt when I wrote this song, and yeah, at least I can explain it better. Yeah, but to be honest, I kind of just I whatever the result is tomorrow is my final decision, I guess. Yeah. And I'm happy with both option because whatever it is, it's just another different arc for my life, I guess. Yeah. So if my visa got accepted, so it is also a new arc for me because it's the first time for me to go to the Europe and actually physically meet the friend or us there, and hopefully maybe like a meet and greet with Pandora. It will be a completely new experience for me. So it's a new arc for my life. And if my visa is rejected, then ironically, these songs means even more. Like yeah, this song means even more. So yeah, and then I will enter another new arc where again I cannot really tell about this here, especially this is a public stream, and yeah, it's still uncertain anyway. But yeah, it will enter a new. I will enter a new arc either way. So and yeah, I am trying my best to basically maintaining every single path that leads to me being more supportive as a friend or us. But yeah, it's tough. Yeah, it's to be honest, it's tough. Uh, yeah, but yeah, hopefully, at least I'm in the right direction. That's just what I want. Uh, and yeah, to be honest, recently in real life, I was questioning a lot whether I am in the correct direction or not. Not about the VTuber or the friend or us, actually like real life problems, not like the VTubing problems. Yeah, I was confused a lot, like whether I'm in the right direction or not. So yeah, I think there will be a huge change with my life next year, and whatever. happen with my visa, whether I got accepted or not, uh, yeah, I will enter a completely different arc of my life, and yeah, it might have different feelings with each arc, but still it's a different arc. So yeah, at least I'm excited to look forward for the next arc. Yeah, so yeah, let's just see. Well, I still wish that I can go to the UK for the V Expo, but if my visa got rejected, then yeah, I also have another plan that I am excited for, even though like yeah, it's completely online, definitely. But at least again, it's still for it's still for my cameo, right? Mm. Yeah, and I guess that's the everything that I want to say it here. Yeah, thank you, man. And hopefully we can meet. Yeah, hopefully we can meet. Uh, yeah, I know like a lot of you are also having a difficult time, but hopefully we can have a lot of fun together on VExpo, or not in VExpo, or if even online too, right? Yeah, actually for thank you for staying here. Let me play a bit of spoiler on the Witch Spring project. I won't spoil the Aura project because it's a surprise, right? But for the Witch Spring, everyone knows what I want to make. It's supposed to be a contest. So yeah, this is the project that I made for the Witch Spring. So it's already 3 minutes, by the way. It's already 3 minutes. Yeah, and it's probably around 20%. Yeah, it's really hard. My God, it's insanely hard. Like. Yeah, I mean, let's play it. I'm fine with playing it. Like it's like 20% anyway. So yeah, it's not finished. So I don't even know if this part is like the beginning or in the middle or because at this point I was working like from many different direction and then try to combine like big section into one. So I'm not working from start to finish. I'm just working on each songs and then try to combine it in a certain way. So yeah, whatever I played here might not even be the first song that you will hear in the final project, right? So yeah, whatever. Right? Let's just listen. Yeah, that's it. Oh my god, that actually sounds a lot better than I remember. Oh my god, that's really good actually. What the hell? What the fuck did I just wrote? Oh my god. Yeah, why it sounds good? I mean, there are some parts where it needs polishing, but like the overall idea sounds really amazing. Like, uh, yeah, it's kind of crazy. I can write that in basically a couple of days. Like, I think in like 5 days probably. Yeah. But still, it's only 20%, by the way. So if I keep this rate, this pace of working on this project, then it cannot be finished. I need to work faster. Yeah, I need to work faster. And there are some parts where I genuinely don't know how to write because it's so hard to. I never work on that kind of genre, I guess. Yeah. I mean, there was the one song from Whitspring. By the way, yeah, I will explain this later on a separate stream. Yeah, but yeah, it's definitely inspired from Hiroyuki Sawano, right? I mean, I kind of hear like this kind of sounds like Attack on Titan. But yeah, I mean, well, Hiroyuki Sawano is influential, right? So yeah, when it's not crazy if like the soundtrack for Witchspring is also influenced by him. So yeah, uh, I mean, it's normal to be honest. Like in the art world, like it's normal to be inspired by other. I'm not copying. Like it's just different interpretation. Like it's combining different skills, different things, and yeah. I mean, just from that 2 or 3 minutes, you can see how I'm practically combining every single knowledge I have into one song. So yeah, it has the like the compression the mixing quality of the Aura's anniversary project, and then it has some part where it's again inspired by how I wrote the sun and the waves, and then there are some phrasing when I learned from Mari's project Inochi no Namae, and then some later part where haven't wrote it but is basically have the same feeling with Utopia no Kagami because I already explained earlier that Utopia no Kagami is like has the same peaceful feeling that some of the Witchspring soundtrack feels like. And then there are some parts where actually inspired by Mitsukiyo, and then some parts is inspired by Superliminal, and then some parts is also will be inspired by Dream Offspring. It's again literally the cover from Dream Offspring is literally a screenshot from Whitspring. So yeah, it this project will be like combination of every single thing that I have learned about music into one song. And I hope, I hope this is the third big improvement that I made. Because again, in order to, I guess, uh, closing my musical gap between my skill and Pan's skill, uh, yeah, I need like this big improvement more often. And also, I need to make more mistake too. So I need to learn because yeah, again, through this kind of failure, I can learn more. So yeah, obviously I don't want for this project to be a mistake. So that's why I'm playing completely safe for the Witchspring anniversary because I want to win it. Of course, I want to win it. At least it's my dream, right? But even if I'm not winning it, it's still fine because yeah, I already tweeted. But later when we have a stream talking about this project, yeah, I will explain like the backstory on why Witchspring series is very important to me and what's the thing that I'm regretting with my life and why this cover or this contest is very important for me because it's basically a payback to them because I wish I can pay back to them like last year. If I pay back to them last year, then yeah, my life will be completely different. But at the same time, if I pay back to them last year, that means I was saved by Witchspring, not Aura. But turns out, Whispering cannot save my life. But still, it sparked something from me, which then continued by Aura. So yeah, and that's why whispering series is very important for me. And yeah, this is my revenge, I guess, because for the regret that that I have, and that's why it's very important. Yeah, I guess that's it for today's stream. It actually is a 5 hours stream. So yeah, thank you for coming. My throat is dying again, but yeah, as usual, let's listen to the song for the final time, and then let's end the stream. Yeah. So thank you for coming, and I guess see you on the next stream. And yeah, please look forward to the other projects that I made. Okay, let's play the song. Right. I wait. No. I forgot one more. I forgot one thing. Oh my god. I want to show you the original piano version of the 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 sun and the waves. Right. I completely forgot about it. And yeah. Okay. Let me close this project first. Yeah. Let me close this project first and open the old project. Right. My God. I almost forgot it. Ah, okay. Uh, okay. I mean, it looks different, right? So yeah, it looks different. So let's try to listen to just the piano. I think everything else should be the same. It's just the piano. So yeah, let me actually just uh, turn uh, turn off everything other than the piano. So okay, let's see. I actually forgot how. I still remember that. I think I did pretty good writing the piano. So okay, let me turn off everything other than the piano, including the bass, including the flute, and yeah, everything. Just the piano. Okay, this is just the piano. If you think that this sounds good, you are correct. This indeed sounds better. But again, the problem with mixing is this better sounding piano completely ruins everything. Yeah. Uh, which is yeah, it is what it is. That's the hard truth. Yeah, there are already some level of compression here, but still, yeah. Even my favorite part sounds way better here. Oh my god, like this is I don't oh my god, holy shit, this sounds so good. Like yeah, I remember like this is supposed to be like overdrive piano. Like the piano should sounds like destroyed, but yeah, I guess I'm just good. I'm just good at writing piano. Like this is just like already a couple years. Technically, like from back then when I wrote piano for myself to play. So it's already like almost 10 years for me to write like piano pieces. So yeah, I definitely learned a lot of stuff, but oh my god, the piano sounds really beautiful here, and I have to basically ruin everything. So the other instrument, the bad guitar sounds good. Like it does not make sense, but I guess that's the reason why you need master engineer. Like again, as the some interviews that I watched, the master engineer basically does not really interact with the musician. And yeah, basically like if they see how hard it is to like to play the piano and then you have some kind of bias to keep the piano and then ruin everything else, then it's not ideal too, right? So again, this is the pan flute solo, by the way, and then the bridge. My God, it sounds so much better. You want to hear when we play together? Like, okay, let's enable everything and listen to how bad this is. Okay. Oh, Haru, hi Haru, Haru. Yeah. Okay, let's play the original version and not. I mean, I have done some a bit of like mixing and mastering, but again, not optimal. Oh my god, the saxophone sounds so bad. Holy shit. What the hell? What on earth did I do with the saxophone? What? That's so bad. Holy shit. my god. Yeah. Oh my god, the lower frequency is so bad. Oh my god, this is just. And again, I'm hearing this lossless, by the way. It's uploaded, it's streamed to YouTube. I'm not sure how what you guys even listen to, but yeah, I still remember how bad it is. Actually, I kept the some of the drafts from the previous versions, and it's definitely really bad. But yeah, oh my god, even the lossless version sounds bad. Holy shit! Like yeah, you cannot even hear the saxophone, right? Oh my god. Yeah, this is exactly what I said about like colliding the colliding frequency rates. Like, so let's compare it to the current version, right? Let's compare it to the current version, by the way. Like this is just the couple for a second, and you can immediately hear like the saxophone is a lot better. Again, that's the old version, and then the new version. My God, this is so bad. Oh my God, the old version is so bad. Okay, let's try to listen. My most favorite part. Yeah. Uh, I mean, this sounds fine because like not anything much are happening. So I mean, I can separate like between the saxophone and the piano. But yeah, the drum lacks of punch. This is what I said about lacking punch, right? The drum lacks of punch. And again, compared to like the current version, you can actually hear that the in the newer version, like in the final release, the drum is actually a lot quieter, but it pops more. Yeah. So it's a lot more quiet, but it's more impactful. And yeah, that's why like mixing and mastering is important, right? Mm. Yeah. Again, you can see like that's basically 1 week of working like side by side. So now at least I can say that whatever I did for that 1 week is okay. I mean, if I say that I don't know anything about mixing and mastering, then I will be lying because clearly you can see the difference between like the first version and the final release. Like so, yeah. Hopefully, it can yeah it highlighted like the importance, right? And it's obvious that it's important, but again, like for me being especially like classically trained, then and I have no clue in music production. Yeah, I don't even know if this kind of things is important back then. Like let's say like 5 years ago, I don't even know this kind of thing is important. Like the saxophone is so loud and I cannot hear anything else. Like, what the hell? And also the reverb, there's definitely too much reverb, and then it sounds muddy. I'm not sure. Yeah, let's just close this. This is embarrassing. Let's just close this actually. Yeah, but yeah, you can see how bad this is for the first version. However, you can also hear how good the piano is. on the first version, like. So yeah, I have to sacrifice, I have to compromise, I have to reduce the quality of the yeah, I have to reduce the quality of the piano to highlight the others, and clearly it's working. But if you just play the piano side by side, the piano on the final version is awkward, but combined with other everything else, it sounds good. I guess that is. Yeah. And also Haru, since you just come, I want to show you something. Yeah. This is just fun fact for you. Uh, let me open FL again. Uh, oops. That's Oh, okay. I mean, I was sharing. I accidentally shared the file explorer, and you can see like the many different version of like the final for real, final two, the final one, the final two, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3. I clicked the wrong window, but yeah, this is the again this is the FL for the final for the final version. Yeah. Yeah, since Haru is here, I want to repeat what I said earlier that actually there is the Dream of Spring reference here. Where is it? So it should be before the piano solo, right? Piano solo is this is piano solo. So okay, this part. Yeah. Yeah, that's it actually. This is taken from Dream of Spring. I mean, you can try to listen at the piano only. It's funny. It's funny to be honest. Uh, like inserting this kind of reference is funny. Like, yeah, I mean, I literally put like a Rickroll inside for inside the first project for fun. Like, it's kind of funny too. But yeah, yeah, it's kind of funny. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, well, yeah. I think I already talked a lot today. Yeah, I think there's nothing more uh to say for today's stream. So yeah, I guess okay. I think that should be it, right. Okay, I don't think there's anything more that I want to say. Okay, so yeah, I guess thank you for coming. Let's play the song for the final time, and then I will end the stream. So yeah, no, nah, back to the thank you. Okay, let's play the song for the last time, the final version, not the whatever version. Yeah, thank you for coming to the stream, and yeah, see you in the next project, I guess. Yeah, bye bye.